Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 3rd of September 2025 and we're going to be racing today. We're going to be doing some analysis on the races that are going to happen here at Sandown and specifically Sandown Hillside. So this is how the track looks like. It has 2 circuits. One is a lakeside, which is this side of the track, and the other one is the hillside, which is this side of the track. Now we're going to be using these measurements today, which brings us to one of the steepest straight, which is about 490 meters. From this last bend to the finishing post somewhere here It's about 490 meters, and this is what we are going to be dealing with today. The ground rating is good as of now. It was soft earlier, but it is good. We've got 8 races coming up here, and we'll see how this analysis can actually break down the races. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have, taken a note of are looking good, we hope that it ends up like that. But if we see there are changes there are circumstantial changes, or there are other changes at the paddock or the gates, we often highlight them. So that's more or less what we do. And we'll see if we got the feed. I think we should have a feed. And we will talk about the first one, which is here at Sandown. Starts in 23 minutes. 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, all scratched. 2, 3, 5, 8, 9. 10, 15. All scratched. Six, 17, 18, and 1.
It's not a straight joint sign. It's a very, very good.
All right, so we'll get on with the first one here. 6 is the favorite. That's what people think, that the 6 is going to win. 6, 17, 18, and 1. 6, 17, 18, and 1. Okay, now there's practically no problem with 6. 6 is the linear, but it doesn't have this side of the rails as a linear. That's a problem. That's a problem. So if we look at that, then it comes here. Okay, it comes here. And from this side, it doesn't have the rails too. Now, this is something we have discussed here, that the Sandown Hillside is a tricky track. Okay, this track is a little tricky, and it doesn't favor the lady horses, which means the fillies. So the fillies have a problem here at this track because they start with a difficulty. And that's one of the issues when it comes to the maiden races. Now, in this specific situation, I'd like to bring in the races that happened 2 weeks ago. Okay. So if we look at what happened back to back, there were 2 races which were here, maiden races. This thing won. Okay, this was here with the highest advantage, the largest outer drift. The 5 was the other one here on 1,000 meter, the largest drift with the highest advantage, that won. Now, did we get anything else? Yes, we did. Here in this case, the 6, which was here, that got in. If we look through the results for the first one on 27th of August, you'll see 1, then 6, and then all that happened. Okay, so that happened. But what I'm trying to say is the drift. Okay, this was the favorite. This was not. This was not. This was again exactly at the same position last week. So it was here. 8 was the favorite. Right? It was here. That more or less happened. So the fillies, they have a difficult thing to do, and it favors the inner gates. So that's what happened last week. All right. I'm going to take that thing off. Here, if we look at the inner gates, the 6 is there. Okay. The 6 is there. But here is the thing. With 6, it is like this, that it's the linear, doesn't have the gates, doesn't have the rails from either side. Wherein the 4 is not exactly the highest advantage, but it is the drift from gate number 1. It's a colt. Okay. Does it have a friendly jockey? Yes. This jockey has been on this horse. They pretty much know each other. And that's more or less a thing. The other things that might happen definitely is the 6, which is as a gilding which is there. Then we have this one which has never done anything. Then here is this one. It is falling a little down. So all that is there. 1 and 17 and 10. I don't know how that will work because that's what it is. It's a linear. It doesn't have any side of the rails. This one has nothing actually. So that's more or less what it is. We'll see how it ends up. That 4 is a check because that's how it is placed. Exactly, this is placed how exactly the favorite was placed last 2 weeks ago here at this position. And it was back-to-back 2 races that happened. The difference between 4 and 6, if we look at the BB, then this is still a heavier horse. Okay, this is still a heavier horse from gate number 1. We'll see how it works. Lee, welcome back, Lee.
Some horses that might just be players later in the spring. Bravo first up here, they're going straight to 1,500 metres. So they ran on debut over 1,200 metres, put up a big number, ran second or third, big number 6.0. What a mystery comes out, we'll see it another day, can't wait to see it. Your favourite horse, Matsuda, massive number behind Trapdoor, plus 8.5, ran second. Again, it's going to be better over distance. Classic Gems, the Oaks filly maybe possibly that can put a number up here. An Engine of War. If you've got some time, go and do yourself a favour and watch the New Zealand debut. Now, it was a heavy 10,000, but its effort was outrageous. It had no luck whatsoever. It looks like it has got an absolute edge, and I'm going to be fascinated to see what it does. But this race, I'm not suggesting they're going to win the Derby, but I just think in those futures markets, if you're playing, keep an eye out on it. And if you see any of those horses in it, I reckon they might halve after the first race. Cool. That gets things.
You like this flowing? You like a futures play, don't you? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I never had much luck with the futures.
No, I was more interested by Jules's bid for the Gary Ayres medal. I think would fit at $51.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed that Jules, after asking him the boy would work with him, he just sat on the fence.
Yeah.
And he's got a lift. But ask him to lift his game.
No, I didn't ask him horses in Mark's favour. Anyway, he'll provide enough analysis throughout the afternoon. We'll let him off the hook. Let's have a look at the horses in the mountain yard for race number 1.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the new Racing.com app. Now with National Form, racing form for every stage, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
1,500 metres, 3-year-old maiden, a couple of very, very interesting runners as we've touched on. One of those is a Bravo, the top weight here for Mark Walker. This galloper's just had the one start. It was back on the 23rd of April at Geelong. He started favourite. He got right back and 2 parodies. That's right.
But he worked home well, didn't he? It was 1,200. They obviously put him away, and they thought might have a staying prospect in mind. So first start today over this distance. I thought the jump out was okay, but it was once again of a horse that probably will get over.
He's quite a tall and athletic type of horse, this. He's come back this preparation with the crossover and the tongue tie going on for the first time. It looks to be just a bit of a handful, a little bit colty, a little bit up and about. He is relaxing more and more the longer that he's in the yard, but he has got a good bit of class about him.
Well, Crocodile we haven't seen since the Anzac Day Stakes back in April. He was a $51 chance on that day. The race was won by Highvol.
It was, look, I've had 3 runs to date. One of them was okay at Geelong, first up last campaign. It's early days, but I won't be recommending him just yet. I think there's others here that make a lot more.
He's strengthened up a lot from last preparation to this preparation. It's just come back a much thicker and stronger horse. A little bit fresh here too.
5's out, 6 is Matsuda, another interesting runner in this opening race. Kira Ma trains this guy, gelding by Maurice. He was good behind Trapdoor, as Jules said a little bit earlier at Geelong on track.
If we saw Trapdoor come out competing against the other horses and run really well, I think probably Pat gets there as well. Could have easily come out and won, and then you'd be even keener on Matsuda. The other positive, there's more good form out of the race, and I think 1,500 is a massive plus for the son of Maurice.
He's a big, strong boy. There's now the Master Craftsman there too. You'd think that he's just going to continue to get better as he gets up over further. Really good, sensible parade.
Patriot Wolf is a half to a Group 1 winner in New Zealand on the rocks. What have we made of the way this guy's jumped out ahead of his debut?
Well, for a horse that might get over a bit of ground, I like the way he trialled, actually sat back and worked.
Lee, I'll just recap once again. Let me just take a look at the number 4.
Yeah, I like this horse a lot. He's
I'll
a really
recap.
neat type. He's quite handsome, very well prepared. He's got a lovely, healthy coat on him, and for his first day at the races, he's been really quite good.
8, 9, 10 are out. 11's Adira River for Kieran Barr. A Giath filly. Jamie Mellon in the saddle from a wide draw. 3rd in a Matoa jump out. 6th in a Bendigo trial.
Yeah, well bred. I mean, out of Jamaica. So, look, I couldn't really tell them jump out. 0 was asked. She was just really quietly, so just want to see her go around.
Yeah, that's probably fair. She's been a really good girl at her first day at the races. Based on breeding, I was expecting a big, strong horse, and that's exactly what she is.
After summer for Harry Coffey and Dom Sutton had the 1 start back on the 15th course, and Mellon was in the saddle on that occasion. Started $4.40 in the race won by the impressive Young.
Just looked very well paced to me, I thought, on debut, and clearly a horse that I feel that's going to get up in ground. So I think you'll see her at her best over this trip.
All the Autumn Sun fillies seem to have really deep girths, and she definitely does. Not an overly tall filly, this, but she's got plenty of strength about her. It's a good presentation.
Celtic Viva is horse number 13 for the Mooney and Coleman Yard. Comes during the race on Lakeside 1/6. That was strong yesterday on the Heath track. What do we think of this filly's chances at start the horse?
Look, I thought it was an even sort of a run. I wasn't overly taken with it. She wasn't being far like I'm sure they'd be happy enough, but she'll probably get over a bit more ground. I'll look for another day.
Very similar parade to what I saw of her when she debuted here not too long ago. I think she's probably tightened up a little bit with that run, but I still feel like she's a bit of a work in progress and will appreciate more ground.
Classic Gem comes through the same 3-year-old filly's maiden as After Summer at Seymour last start.
It's a better run than that horse, that's for sure. And I like the way she worked home. She sat back. She was doing her best work late. Extra 100 or so. She'd probably like another extra couple of furlongs, to be honest, but she's headed in the right direction.
Probably wants another lap, I reckon, there, Hutchie, but she's trending in the right direction, this girl. Really nice parade from her. Her coat's almost there. Fitness is exactly where it needs to be for this trip.
Running punch, I think it's probably the same way too. There were roses for the Buston Young team, a filly on debut here.
What makes you say that? I think I'm a runner. Stop laughing. All right, you're a dead. There were roses. Wasn't really precious to work, and I couldn't really tell much. And cut the plates on, so had to watch.
She's quite a tall filly, this, so maybe they're just looking after her structure with the collar plates on today. The coat's beautiful. She has been clipped earlier in the season, but her skin's lovely and healthy. She's been a good girl.
Engine of War is the horse that has attracted a lot of attention in terms of futures markets. I can tell you that he is an $11 chance with fixed odds operators in the Victoria Derby market. 4th favourite.
I noticed with a lot of these my racehorse horses, if they're offered pretty well back through sheer weight of numbers, obviously, with the ownership group, it seems like there's always money around for them. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But this one clearly is a nice purchase. The debut in New Zealand that Jules mentioned, the sound, and with the right sort of...
I kind of missed out on the 4. I think they've already showed the 4.
A little bit of a tense type of horse. He's just getting a little bit warm between his back legs too, but I'm not overly concerned that he's overdoing it at this point in time. He's one
this is what it is going on. So if we look at the odds, they are on 6. Okay, the 6 is the linear. The problem is it doesn't have the rail. It's a good horse. It's a 329. It's a good one, but here today it doesn't have the physics. It doesn't have the rails. Okay. Now this is what I was trying to explain, that 2 weeks ago we had this one which was favorite here, which was the largest drift on a maiden. Okay, it was the largest drift with a jock and with the largest advantage here. That one was a favorite. This one was not. Okay, this one was not. But then again, this won. Why? Because that was the largest drift. It was placed exactly like this one. And this is where it happened. All right. Coming back to today, that 4 is exactly there. It's the inner gate. Both of them had the inner gates. Okay. If you look at 1, it was from gate number 2. If you look at 5, it was from gate number 2. All right. And then here the 6 did get in, which was the largest inner drift. Here, the 6 is the favorite, which doesn't have the physics, which I think is there in some equation. It's the linear. There is nothing to not like about it. But that 4 is the same situation 2 weeks ago here at Sandown Hillside. So that 4 is a check. That's the inner gate. That's the drift. That's the inner gate 2 weeks ago. That was the drift. That was an inner gate. That was a drift. And that is how it worked. Okay. This one was a colt. There was no jockey on this. Here also, it is more or less the same thing. The thing is, this is a friendly jockey. Okay. The 4 is a friendly jockey. So, I mean, all that I'm trying to say is what happened 2 weeks ago may not repeat, but it looks like it is the same picture. But we'll see how it works.
Yeah, she's a TT short, so yeah, whatever she does today, she'll improve out of it, and yeah, we'll step her up through the spring, hopefully, get her over a trip.
You've got a really busy day with a number of runners here. Can you talk us through a couple of the others and who your best chance would probably be?
The obvious pick would be Damehood. She finally got a breakthrough win midweek level last time out, so she's the obvious pick. The 2 Bennett Racing horses have been running well at midweek. Stay Humble, Stay Silent. And then Cinematic Star, it's quite a strong race given the Vovus bonuses with it as well, but she bungled the start last start. So if she can get away properly from that gate with Luke, who rides again, then I think she's a little bit over the odds.
Great insight. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from Lee Allen regarding the Kiribati runners across the card this afternoon. As I just put my dentures back in touch, you didn't work on my pronunciations. It's been a couple of weeks off, so just forgive me.
It doesn't have the physics, Lee. It doesn't have the physics. I don't know how it will end, but it is a maiden one. The best thing to do is watch.
Lighting process underway. Here is the great man for race number 1. Jimmy and Hutch, thank you very much. Lovely to be with you on this Wednesday, strong Wednesday fixture. Quite a mild afternoon.
As a linear, it generally is something that we have seen that without the physics, unless it is a Group 1 race, unless it is a Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, during those conditions, things are different. But when it is a benchmark
pretty strong with
anything between 100
Looks as though it's what the horse wants, but plenty of chance.
or a maiden,
Matsuda going into the stalls.
you need the physics.
Win along with Classic Gem to go up riderless. There were Roses and also Engine of War. So about 4 to get set for this first event on the program. Rail on the hillside nudged out at 9 metres. We start on a good 4. Coming along as King May Win, start number 3 with Damien Lane aboard. There were Roses joins them. Classic Gem will come up riderless after being one of the first to leave the mounting yard and get to the gate early.
Anyway, it is a maiden race, so things are anyway very volatile.
As Engine of War is brought along.
17.
Classic Gem goes up riderless and the field locked away. First event is made to kick us off. Centric is agitated there. Geordie Charles is appearing almost off the horse. Back in the saddle now, ready, and he lets them go. Away they go. And there were Roses slow to begin with, also After Summer and Classic Gem going back towards the tail of the field. Jumping well as Matsuda is going to lead with also Deera River and Engine of War and Cracker Deal on the inside. Behind those horses, Celtic Fever. A length and a half away, Centric and Biltmore and King May Win trying to improve wider. They were followed by a Bravo. There were Roses. Next in the field is Patriot Wolf, After Summer, and last of all, Classic Gem. Tightly packed for a sizable field. Matsuda led at a moderate tempo from Adira River off the back section here at the 900 metres. They're a length in front. King May Win is wide. Crackerdeal next the inside. Engine of War between horses, about a length away to Biltmore, followed by Centric. And next the inside is Celtic Beaver through halfway and approaching the home corner. They were followed by a Bravo, and towards the end, Patriot Walk with Classic Gem trying to get a ride home. There were Roses a long way back, and After Summer is at the end of the field. Matsuda is the first down the dip. 500 metres to go, held together from Adira River, and then came on the outside, joining in King May Win with the white distinguishing cap. Cracker Deal under pressure. Then came Engine of War. Matsuda with a turn of foot at the 250. King May Win is chasing. Celtic Beavers getting out. Engine of War still comes on. They've got to Matsuda. King May Win, Engine of War, and there were Roses coming through. Engine of War just
17.
There were Roses who dived on the line.
17.
Photo finish,
Lee.
but it'll be on the inside, possibly just winning Engine of War. From there were Roses. King May Win in a photo for third with Classic Gem, then Matsuda. Next to finish in the race out wider, After Summer and Eye Catcher from Cracker Deal. Then came next in the field a Bravo in company with Patriot Wolf. Celtic Beaver well back, and then Adira River, Centric and Biltmore. And Engine of War will win by a nose. Engine of War number 17 will win by a nose. There were Roses, one more bound, gets it for sure. But Engine of War has just lasted by the barest possible. Number 17, Engine of War, Mark Zara for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. will just win. From there were Roses second, number 16. King May Win, number 18, will just get the third ahead of Matsuda and Classic Gem. Good finish to the first. It'll be 17, 16 and 18. 17, 16, 18 will be the placings after the first events, with Matsuda number 6 in fourth money ahead of Classic Gem number 14. Clocked 1:30.81 for the 1500 metres. 1:30.81, which sits at 0.43 outside of class record time. The placings on race number 1, 17, 16, 18 and 6, with Engine of War having that one start in New Zealand. The gelding by Circus.
What happened is 17 went through. So what happened basically is this did not get through because as a linear, if you don't have the physics, it becomes difficult. Okay, that's one side of looking at. This was the second linear. After all the scratching. But here what happened is the pressure. The pressure was much lesser than this, and probably, the management did work. Here, just did not work. Anyway, we'll go to the next. There are only 5 horses, I think. 1, 2, 5, 6 all scratched. 1, 2, 5, 6, there's nothing. 4, 3, 8, and 7. So this is a benchmark 66, 2400 meters. The 4 is the favorite. That is how it looks like. It is literally welcoming everyone. It is literally welcoming everyone. These are the drop in class. So if you look at the 9, that is an EW, and that has the highest FR. Okay, technically, I don't know why that thing is not there within the odds, but that's a dangerous one. Apart from what they are, that's a dangerous one. The 4 is the favorite. 40-44. That is weird. This is 50-54 with that kind of an thing. 4 is the linear from gate number 8. 2400 meter is okay. This is a 6-year-old mare. The 2400 meter, if we look at what happened here 2 weeks ago, okay, this was 2400 meter 2 weeks ago, which was a benchmark 78. Today we are not on benchmark 78, it is a benchmark 66. So 2 weeks ago, that 10 won. It was a 5-year-old mare. Okay. 60, 78. Okay. 60, 78. That was the drift. Today here, the 50-54 is the highest, which is an EW, but they are like that. The other one, which is here, is a 6-year-old mare, which is the drift. (44-46). The one actually that won was 6078. Highest FR, highest CR. Okay? That was the drift, and that was the management. The 5-year-old mare. This distance is generally with the 5-year-old mares. Here, this is the 5-year-old mare, which is an EW today. That's the highest advantage. This is, 9 basically is the top notch. 50, 54. I don't know why it is not there. It's a very lethal one. But if it's got the rails, so it is definitely in some way or the else it is there in the game. The other thing is this 5-year-old mare, which is one of the best hands, because the 8 is a 6-year-old mare. The 3 is 30, 37, doesn't fit the bill. This is a strong drop. This is a strong drop in class. But this, if we actually have to go to the leverage, then the highest leverage is with 3. Okay, that is also a drift. That is also a drift. But that's not the case, which is going to be, because it's a drop. It's a drop. So if that's a drop, then it's between these two. The thing is, this thing has a better jock. This thing doesn't. This thing has the worst jock, probably. This thing has the worst jock. That's the EW. The drop in class is also not to a tune which is very high. It's got 1 league race. This distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. That's one thing that is there. The 2400 meter has always been with the 5-year-old mares. And when there is a 5-year-old mare, this is the highest, but at the same time, this is the drop. This is not the highest. This is not the highest. This definitely is not the highest. It's here. But it's a 6-year-old mare. The drop in class is kind of huge. I don't know, I kind of think it is here. Though it's not a great jock, but it looks like they've been, they kind of know what they're dealing with. They kind of know what they're dealing with. Let's see how it works.
Looks hard to beat.
to be honest, Tess, if you put a gut to my, I didn't know how to approach sending out best bets. But one I thought we'd have a look at on Robbie Lowe, I think she deserves to run the odds on. And
We're going to show the market first, then they will move into the Sandown, so it has some time.
South Seas at $2.70 now. Obviously, plenty of deductions to come out of this market. So Blacklist is a $3.50 chance. Island Glory is $5 chance. 6 for Saxon Beauty. And $7 chance. So just the 5 runners to go around. But, we're all inside $7. At $2.70, South Cedar is our favourite in race number 2. Let's have a look at these horses in the mounting yard.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Victorian Sprint Racing Card. This is how we sprint.
We jump up to 2,400 metres. This is a benchmark of 66. 4 scratchings to come out, so left with just a field of 5. 1 and 2 are out. Let's start the mountain yard before 3 Blacklist for the Lapping team. And Ethan Brown in the saddle. A winner of band start last start up on the tour.
It's a good win. Started favourite. There's plenty of money around to say that he could get it done, and he got stuck in traffic for a large portion of the race. Got out late, quick, like it was a pretty good effort, all things considered. Yes, it was his first drop into the grade, but he carried 61 there. He carries 2 kilos. Those gets it around small field, and he's the kind of horse that can actually sort of dictate the pace as well. So he's got a great chance to win.
Looks really well, this horse. He was a little bit up and about when he first came into the yard, but the longer he's been in here, the more he's relaxed. He's actually moving really quite well, lovely and supple. His coat's in very healthy condition. It's a good parade.
4 is South Cedar, who's been well backed for Emily and David Brown. Blake Shin in the saddle. He rode the Skull for 2 back at Sandown Lakeside. The horse has been to Moe since then. It was a big favourite.
Yeah, but the format of that race from 2 back has worked out pretty well. Just out sprinted, I thought. Last time out South Cedar, so there was an excuse, but look, I thought probably bordering on being short enough, but consistent, going well, should get a good run in the race. They all will. It's a small field, and there's no major knock.
He looks well too. He was another one. He really bounced on into the mounting yard today, but he's relaxed more and more, which is a really nice sign for these staying type horses. You would prefer them to be conserving their energy rather than wanting to overdo a pre-race. Fitness-wise, he's great. Looks really, really well. Nice swing over his rib cage.
Saxon Beauty is horse number 7, trained by Al Manhart, short in Maverick, Lockie Nine-North in the saddle. There they are, having a pretty relaxed chat. You would think they're 2 pretty late characters, aren't they? And they're both going really well. This mare by Saxon Warrior's been pretty consistent this time in.
She was very good last start behind. She said it's got to be commented that, like she said's absolutely flying at the moment. Has a good turn of foot, headed through the ratings a bit. So she was great. She was a winner prior to that at Mildura. She's a horse that can also settle on speed. So yeah, she's got it going well.
She is going well, this horse. She's very confident. She's one that is just having a little bit of a sweat here and just doing a little few show-off moves there as she's parading. She's just getting a bit warm between her back legs. I think what she's doing at the moment is within normal limits. I would like to see her not get any worse than what she is at the moment.
A bit of glitter across the line, of course. Traps as well, isn't it? So I wonder if Big Shot was responsible or whether that was his idea. Highland Glory, Carla Kennedy going to be wearing club colours. This is horse number 8, Fernando Solomon. the way she's been done.
Well, the last run was a little hard to gauge because the late sections were good, but it was honestly the slowest run race, and the race trial was a bit messy too. So, look, I think Quality's going on okay. It's running a couple of these somewhat merit. It wouldn't be a massive shock if half the ball not far off one at the moment.
Yeah, she looks very similar to how I've seen her last couple of starts here at Sandown. She's at her absolute peak fitness now. If anything, I'd say her coat's probably brightened up a little bit, started to shift a little bit more with this improved weather that we've been receiving. She's another one, she's just a little bit warm under the saddle blanket there, but it's within normal limits, so I'm not really overly concerned at this point in time.
I mean, it's critical. She's at 8 trip. She's replaced. She's going well enough.
Yep. What about Isola here? She was winner 2 back at Sale, meeting Flight Bank Robber on that occasion, had a good run, and then followed the leaders listen last start and finished 4 from
that was that very slow run race. There was no money around. She was $31, and she actually got going late. Did the slow tempo flatter her, or did the market get it wrong? But we'll potentially find out today. I'm not sure they'll go overly quick, but they should go quicker than what they did last time out. I think there's a case to be made for sure.
Really good parade from her. She's a lovely, sensible mare. She's one that isn't sweating up at all. She's a very, very fit horse. She looks to me that she wouldn't really ever carry too much condition at all, but I thought she's a fit mare right at the top of her game here today.
All right, Hutch, that's the mounting yard for race number 2. Open, tricky contest to assess. You're with Blacklist on top as the most likely winner.
I honestly think any fitness race is a good race. I wasn't strong on it. It might be a little bit subject to how the race is run, but Blacklist from that point of view could probably make its own mark. It was very good the other day. It's all Sept, Island Glory. I think any one of that quartet. Yeah, it's up for grabs, but Blacklist on top.
Salsita for me from the yard here. Actually, I thought he paraded really quite well. He had a fair bit of purpose when he walked into the yard. He had a really good, happy look on his face the whole time that he was in. He looks like he's here in pretty good shape. No point really mentioning all the others. There's only 4 competitors here. They've all got a good chance. We do know that these sort of races, they can end up being a really tactical affair. So with the 4 on top of the yard.
On top for Amy Argy from the yard, $2.80, $3.20 now for Blacklist. Good little go at the top of the tree. Island Glory, $5, $5.50 for Saxon Beauty and Isola, $7.50. So as we touched on, wide open 5 runners. Hutchie thinks any one of them could win without shocking, and they're all under $7.50 in the market. Beast mode, not quite active yet. From 2 o'clock till 5 p.m. this afternoon, Australian standard time. Juiced odds. Spicy odds. I think change the promo. Sandown, Belmont, and Morphinville. So get on there and you'll get your increased odds on the PointsBet app. That is Beast Mode. Chances are you're about to lose for free and confidential support. Call 1-800-858-858 or visit your website. All right, let's catch up with Amy Argy, who's catching up with Emily Brown.
We were just solving the problems of the world in the racing industry off camera there. We can fix anything yet. Hey, can we get a winner here with Salsita? How's it going?
Look, hopefully well. Nice full field for today. Possibly going to be quite tactical. I thought he was very good.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
I think so. Should be thereabouts today. You definitely hope so. I don't have to be able to fight. But he's going well and should be his day today.
Yeah, you'd be hoping that he could weigh in and get a check here. Run top 5 would be excellent. What have you asked Blake to do? You just leave it up to him and say best of luck?
Yeah, he knows the woods quite well. So, he's obviously the right man for the tactical job. So, yeah, it's all up for him now.
So, I'm with you on that,
A little bit
Lewis.
later. Okay.
He's a nice horse. We've only just recently acquired him from up New South Wales. He's done everything right. He's trialled up nicely.
Lee is good. Lee just had
distance, but can't complain about how he presents that.
You had a really busy day on
a
Saturday.
great
with all the
start.
nice spring horses coming back for this preparation. How they all pulled up through there?
Yeah, really well. Nice surface for them all to come through it well. Right with how they all performed. So, yeah, I think next time out it's a bit more important, a bit more pressure on them. But, yeah, really happy with how they came through it.
Exciting times ahead. Good luck here, Ed.
Thank you.
Okay, so not too far off. Loading here for race number 2, 2,400 metre benchmark 66. 5 runners. The market says that all of them could win without causing a great shock. Salceda's just ever so slightly easy. Money for Blacklist continues to come $3.10, fixed odds now. So a good little betting race. Sure enough. 4. A few of these horses they are handling pretty well. Just tuned in. First race, we got the post-race comments from Mark Zara saying the wind is pretty strong down the back into them, and that they're obviously going to ride that home, Jules. But it'll be, I don't know what we'll learn here. It's just this race, field of 5. But I suppose if there's 1 or 2 there that can't face it down the side or down, in particular down the back, they struggle a little bit. Yeah. Strategy, something.
Yeah, usually those staying races can be a bit of an outlier for the rest of the day, but I get your point. But they've ran really good time in that first race, which is worth noting as well. So we could be close to a good 3, sort of half, 3 down 5, sort of into the good 4 range. Worth noting as well, the winner of that race in futures markets, ladies and gentlemen, is now the favourite, one price around $6. So, wow, we've got a maiden at Sandown on a Wednesday. We said that this could be a race that might be a good lead up to the Derby, but I didn't think you'd end up 5 to 1. But we got it on the right track.
That's what you do. You put it out. I think it is interesting.
Yeah, I like the 7.
I mean, just through sheer bet count, I know that they don't ultimately influence the price, because there might be lots of others, but you see an impact on the market, particularly early when some of these horses are back.
I think it's a really good point. It creates a bit of a false economy as well. And obviously, I think the big dogs that do move the market would love this kind of environment for them. They go, hey, we're happy to let this evolve, and then we can just make a big set against the play. It definitely does happen.
Chime in late, a little bit like Timmy Game.
And $51 is around 3 or 4 weeks ago available for Edge and 4 in the Derby. So, happy days. Loading process almost complete. Let's head to Matty Hill for a score race.
And that will leave Salcedo, who is the favourite, as services for Blake Shin for Emily and David Brown. It's past 2. So Salcedo walks up, completes the line, and they're set for the lock at led.au over 2,400 metres. Started approximately the 300 metres here on the hillside. Away they go, and Isola from the inside draw, beat them out, but there's no real scurry for the lead. Second, the outer is Blacklist as they settle, and then Saxon Beauty behind them from Highland Glory. And last of all, Salcedo as they find their order pretty simply at the post with about 2,100 metres to go. Isola is the front runner, 3/4 of a length to in second place Blacklist. If anything, getting a bit closer, heading towards that bottom corner. 2 for the back is Saxon Beauty, and then came Highland Glory, and last of all is Salcedo as they hunt their way towards the back section, but there's no pressure up front at all. So the leader is Isola. Bo Merton's controlling things here, heading towards the crossing in the back section by a length and a quarter. Blacklist in second place. Up on the steel, third on the rails is Saxon Beauty. And then came the outside Highland Glory, who finds itself in the smaller field a bit closer today. And 2.5 lengths away at the end, Salcedo for the champ Blake Shen as they continue their journey down the back and now into this very strong headwind at the 1,400 metres. The leader is Isola by a length and a half to Blacklist second. Third on the inside, still a bit keen as Saxon Beauty, followed by Highland Glory, and 2 for the back is Salcedo, and there's no change in the play as expected in this staying contest of the day. 1,200 metres to go. The leader is Isola by about a length and a quarter. Blacklist is second. Third on the inside, Saxon Beauty. And then came Highland Glory and the Club Silks, usually a hoodoo. And 2.5 lengths Salcedo past the 1,000 marker. So the leader is Isola, stopping and starting them. And led here by 3/4 of a length. The Blacklist getting a little bit interested now. Then a length and a quarter, Saxon Beauty on the inside, who snook it away. Highland Glory next and 2 for the back, Salcedo being saved from that to laugh. Sharp run at them now as they come towards the corner. 600 metres to go. Leader is Isola from Blacklist, and then came Saxon Beauty, who's trying to inch away from the inside. Now darts back to the fence. Highland Glory comes up the middle. Salcedo still last. Isola, 400 metres to go, left the fence. Blacklist on the outside, still under a hold. Now a shake of the reins, and Blacklist goes to the lead from Saxon Beauty. Isola found nothing. Highland Glory the outside from Cedar. 200 metres to go. It's Blacklist in front. 3/4 of a length. The Highland Glory. Who's the threat? Blacklist, a half length. Highland Glory and Blacklist. Blacklist has won it from Highland Glory.
3847.
Then came Saxon Beauty and last I saw. Blacklist, number 3. Ridden by Ethan Brown for Richard Lamming. That's 2 on the bounce after last start winning at Bairnsdale and does it again here. Sitting up with no speed on and is gelding by Redwood outdashes them. And he's in really good form at the moment. The pennies dropped. 18 starts for 3 wins now and 5 minor placings. From Highland Glory second, getting ever so closer to a win. Jayla Kennedy for Dan O'Sullivan. She's been doing a good job. She just can't get over the line first, but she chased hard, beaten a half length today, and they came away from Sept. Blake Shin for Emily. And
That happened. 3. Seven has been scratched. 1, 2, 3, 6. So we're back to those numbers: 131, 125, 123 for 1-1 races. That's there. One they think is going to win. So far, what has happened is this, that we have benchmark 66. This one is a benchmark 64. So this is a deterioration. And those are the highest leverages, okay? That's the highest. 34. The highest pressure is here, 131. But the linear is actually this one, which is a drop in class. So this definitely is a difficult proposition again. Okay. This is, so you see that the lower, okay. So 1 is the right odd in terms of, what it is, but that's that 125, okay. And somehow it is, for the FR it is like that. So there's no reason to believe that the 8 is not going to be there. That's the linear, okay. That is the linear. It basically has is a drop in grade. That 8, for some reason, it is a drop in grade. So this is 0, 0, 125. This is 2.5 anyway difficult. This is not difficult, but at 131. This is not difficult at 33. This is difficult at 36. So is this the best? No, it is not the best. It is not the best. The best is too much on this. This probably is a bad idea. The best probably is 3. That's a 3165. So what happened here is that 3, okay? That 3 won. Why? Because of that. It's the difficulty of the race. It's the difficulty of the race. That's all. It won through the difficulty of the race. That's the lowest DIC here, okay? That's the lowest. Here, this is 0, 0. That is what is the lowest difficulty on this horse. But along with that comes with this pressure, which is based on one race, 125. They don't have a jock to carry this. That is also there. One is being ridden by J. Mott. He's not being handicapped adequately. I don't know if that'll work. I don't know if that'll work. Is good. So out of these two, this is low pressure. This is a lot which is going on. The 8 definitely is a check. It will get there. There's no reason for the 8 not to get there. Winning probably is not today, but and I don't see a reason why it cannot win other than the difficulty. The difficulty is there. The difficulty is there. It is the highest difficulty because it's a filly, which is here. And this filly has been given a little advantage for some reason with the thing. But that's a 280. It will get there. This is good. The 2 is good. Let's see. Kavit Raj, welcome to the channel. Yes, it's only Sandown. It's only Sandown, Kavit Raj. It's only Sandown. So this is going to run neutral. This one and the 5, which is also there, is going to run neutral. Two, Zahara is on, the management is good. The 8 is the linear, so there's no reason for not the linear not to win, other than the fact that the linear is a drop in class. So this the only problem is this is a code. If it has a mind of its own, if this thing runs, then it runs. If it doesn't run, then it doesn't run. That's the bottom line. As far probably the game is here. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Bishwa, welcome back. ATW Morph. They're showing Morph right now. I can't put Morph on because it gives us a copyright. The South Australian races, they always give us copyrights. We can't get them on screen, but I can see it. There's something that got scratched at Morph. Vishwa, I don't have the data for Morph. I don't have the data for Morph. I just have Sandown, my friend. I do one track one day. I don't have the bandwidth to do all that. I mean, multiple tracks. Seven, I think. Seven, I think. Seven or something. Nine. Nine. Okay, so I'll quickly explain for the newcomers what we do. We don't have any price action. We do not do price action other than the SP, which is the last starting price, which is not a price action. So there's no price action in this sheet. It is totally on physics and mathematics. Okay. And what we are calculating is the pressure on the horse, depending on the distance and the weight that it is carrying along with the jockey, and the difficulty of the race. So, I mean, this is through class. Okay. This is through class. And this is the pressure that they're carrying. This is the pressure on the horse. So usually the higher the pressure for the shorter distance, it is good. But when it goes to about 131, 124, those pressures are very weird. These are they kind of I still don't know when it works and when it doesn't work. So if we look through that, then we have these are the highest pressures which are there. Okay. These are the highest pressures which are there. 131, 125, and that's the leverage which is coming through the class. One is the favorite, which is the lowest difficulty in this class. But the problem is with that, it is at 125. Okay. And through the rails, this is also physics, which is calculating everything almost. So with this, we get the 8, 3, and 2 on top. The 2 is the linear. Generally, for a smaller distance, the linears, they win. But here the linear is not under pressure. It is a drop in class. Plus the difficulty is huge. But that does not mean it will not get in. It will get in some way or the other. And these are the highest pressures which are there. So out of these two, the lowest difficulty after this one, after these two, 3 is on pressure, 2 is not. With a good hand turns neutral. Zahara is riding, so we'll see how it works. I like the 2.
Back in really nice shape. I haven't assessed him before, but geez, he's a big, strong boy. He's got a lovely head. His coat's in magnificent condition. Attitude's good too for a young colt. He's just nicely engaged without being silly at all.
3 is Mongolian Gobi, the Ribchester colt for Danny O'Brien. Dan Stackhouse in the saddle. He was in the saddle on debut back on the 6th of July at Sale on a very heavy track, heavy oak, and that was an impressive
A leg in the air with ease. He really got through the ground well. And overall time was pretty good, Timmy. I mean, I just find these horses really difficult to pick one way or the other because they're coming under completely different conditions. And he could really elevate off that impressive performance, or the good ground may dull it somewhat. But he showed enough to say he's a very nice horse.
Yeah, he's a very nice horse to look at too. My first time assessing him. The team have turned him out looking magnificent here. His coat is impeccable. His fitness is spot on. You can see really nice tone. He's a good type of horse. He's got a good natural physique and he's moving particularly well. So I've only got nice things to say about him too.
Indisputable is a last start winner on the Ballarat Synthetic. Can that form stack up here back on the turf for the weeks?
So it's a good time, but I'm not convinced. I thought that, probably the conditions and the way the race was run suited Undisputable. I'd be more inclined to take a set against this horse than I would Mongolian Gobi off a heavy track. This horse on the synthetic.
He looks well, this horse, and he seems to have a really nice attitude too. He's been a gentleman the whole time, but he's been in the yard. Coat's lovely and healthy. He's parading well.
5 is Torsheen for the Shane Nichols Payton Black team, looking 9 North in the saddle, also a maiden winner last start. This galloper won it well.
Yeah, did a little bit of work early, and overall time was pretty good for this horse. And at Moe, went forward, led up, and then on a soft second track, held on late. But she was first up, so she'll improve fitness wise. She doesn't necessarily have to lead either, so came back clearly a lot better, and I'm interested to see if she can sort of back up that return run.
Yeah, she's been very straightforward since she's been in the yard here. Her coat's pretty healthy. She's got a lovely attitude. She has definitely got fitness on her side. There's no real improvement to come in her.
David Sun went straight to the front on debut at Ballarat back on the 27th of April and was 2 lengths. Can she measure up in a race like this first up?
Yeah, I wasn't that taken with it, to be honest, even though I mean, she had a big neck in front, game over, so we didn't really learn a lot. But the market support was justified. It could be an interesting running going forward market, saying that she's clearly lost it to jump out to being okay, but I just want to see her again.
Yeah, nice filly. She's been very sensible the whole time that she's been in the yard. She's beautifully engaged. She's taking in her surroundings really quite nicely. Very happy to be here. Fitness and condition-wise, she's quite forward. She looks like she's done plenty of work. Her coat's in great nick. It'll be even better just in another fortnight. Just got the tiniest bit of tidying up to do.
Morgana's out. She moves too. Is the lucky last horse to have a look at here in the mountain yard for Chris Waller and Damien Lane, second on debut.
I know she's a maiden, but she's only had one run. It was a very good performance. She jumped slow. She was beat by a horse called Point Barrow. It was a Bendigo. I really liked the run to me, and I thought there'd be a little bit closer in the market. She moves to an humble trader. I think this, for me, is the main danger to the favourite, and with the stable that they usually come on a lot with that run in terms of Chris Waller, you've got Damien Lane on side as well. So really interesting one at the moment.
Yeah, she is an interesting runner, this girl. She's very strong. She's a good size too, and got an excellent nature. She's been extremely professional, moving well, and the team have turned her out looking great. So I'm quite taken by her, even though she's the maiden of the field and she's coming up against 6 other horses that have all won their last start. I wouldn't underestimate her either.
Yep, so as Amy said, all of these bar she moves to are last start winners, and Humble Trader is the one that you think can make it 2 in a row, Hutch?
I think so. It's a really professional performance on debut in the last 100 for sure, not so much at different stages, but, he seems as though he's that kind of horse that will have a lot of upside, and, he's gone out one at a time, so I think he deserves to be where he's in the market. I really think this filly she moves to a big race here that continues to be money for her. I think she's a serious threat. Very good debut from her. Golden Gobi, different conditions, but looks nice horse. Tall Jean, probably looks a little light for 14.
I was really looking forward to assessing this race today. As I touched on before, we've got 6 last start winners, so there's a lot of progressive young horses here with a bit of expectation. I couldn't go past the one Humble Trader. I was really taken by him when he won here on debut recently. Looks like he's just tightened up nicely from that. Attitude and everything else is pretty much identical. So very nice horse there. Another one that I was taken by, I thought Diamond Gus looks like he's come back in beautiful order. Really nice quality colt that's got plenty of size.
Number 6.
But it doesn't stop there. This is a really good race. Happy to be with the one, though.
Let's have a look at the points bet market. Humble Trader 3.
6 is good, but that's a lot of pressure. The gate is wide.
It's 14. Undisputable.
Do you have a jock? You have the best jock on this. You have the best jock on 6, according to the handicapping of the jocks, okay? So that's that. It's a marvelous team. Everything is good. This is so what happens basically is... So what happens basically is what we monitor here is this, that, it's a combination of, pressure and advantage. So there's no real advantage in this race. Like here, we had advantages. Here, we don't have advantage. Here, everything is on pressure. Okay. So ideally, in these kind of situations, the highest pressure, the better it is. But having said that, they just got 1-1 races. I don't know whether if they'll be able to survive that pressure on them. The difficulty is less here. It is absolutely nil here, but that's the class. But along with the class came in the pressure. So I don't know if that'll, we'll see how that works. I like the 2 because if they're the same difficulty, this is low pressure. Okay. If they're the same difficulty, this is low pressure. And even they spoke about 8. 8 is the linear. So that's there in the game. The linear is there in the game. We'll see how it works.
He's probably going to hit the first half of the back there at some point. So just allow it to unfold as it from the jump.
Good luck to you, Greg.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's the thoughts of Greg Urell there, Hutch, the horse that he trains, Humble Trader.
6 is ridden by Sheen, so handicapping wise, he's got a very strong presence. but he's also got a
It's really tricky for us models to try and work out. But these
2 is okay. 2 is probably in best condition as of now, what we see here.
That's a positive sign for him. Diamond Gus is the one.
I don't know those pressures. I still haven't figured out when it works. I know that
They're the three that you've identified. They're really
it's
stand
good
the others out, even though they're
when it is about 40%. I'll explain how that 40% we're doing.
these markets fascinating.
I watched the Caulfield races and they give us some idea about how things are, but we still need to figure out. We need a concrete answer on that when those pressures are working and when they're not working. So when it is about 40% of the FR,
The points that Jules makes.
when it is about 40% of the FR, it is good to go. But when it is more than that,
But I like the fact that
then it is failing. But along with that, the vacation you need the jock, all those things are also there. So there's way too many variables for those high pressure horses.
Whenever was on Lakeside, he got a bit fierce in that race over 1,200 metres. He gets the bigger loop here and a little bit extra distance. Humble Trader hard to knock over, but She Moves too, who stormed to the post, will appreciate the extra.
What is that?
With 6 last start winners in the field of 7. That's coming along is Humble Trader. And Undisputable will go up riderless, waiting patiently in the stalls. Craig Hewitt's. Tobin Brothers celebrating life. Undisputable walking forward. Humble Trader, the favourite. She Moves to second. 26th field. Diamond on the They're ready. Rolling, 1,500 metres and away they go. And Diamond Gus from the inside draw missed the kick by about 3/4 of a length. And Torsheen began well with Humble Trader, and She Moves too, gliding up on the inside, made a line of 3 and Undisputable a line of 4. And they're about a length and a half away in the field then to next in the field, Vivid Sun. And at the tail of the field, settling down, Diamond Gus. So Undisputable is going to lead the race by about 2 lengths. Speared away at the head of affairs in the 800 metres from Torsheen. They were followed by Humble Trader, She Moves too. A gap in the field, Mongolian Gobi, who was also in that ruck in the top 5 early, drifts back to 5th on the outer. And they were followed by Diamond Gus at the tail of the field, Vivid Sun. Undisputable, 500 metres to go, held together, still 3 lengths Torsheen. She Moves to Humble Trader, a gap Diamond Gus, Mongolian Gobi, and Vivid Sun brought towards the middle of the course and is starting to make up ground. Undisputable as they reach the 400.
How many times will he change the lane?
Humble Trader getting into its work, and right down the outside, Vivid Sun is coming home hard, hands and heels here below the 200. Vivid Sun has gone by from Torsheen. Humble Trader, Undisputable. Vivid Sun from the back of the field coming clear. This has been a terrific
6.
Vivid Sun, Blake Shinner, nice winner. 2.5 Torsheen, Diamond Gus, Mongolian Gobi.
Vishwa,
Followed by Humble
6.
Trader, Undisputable. And the last to finish across the line was She Moves too. That's a nice winner. Vivid Sun, the filly by the Autumn Sun, with 1 victory under her belt at back in April. Tripped out, has come back, give it an easy.
So that's a thing that
into the race, and we've unearthed a nice one. Vivid Sun, number 6. And
we'll see what happens. 6-1.
She's paid $8.40 and $2.60 from Torsheen second at $5.80, and Diamond Gus no third dividend behind those horses. And then a photo for 4th. The Humble Trader will get that a nose ahead of Mongolian Gobi. But Vivid Sun, the winner, number 6. Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman, 2 from 2. and Blake Chin aboards, and that has romped in race number 3 on the program. There was a bit of a charge for the early lead. Blake Chin was happy to tip her out the back, loop them all up.
No, Bishwa, please don't put all that.
They've clocked 1:16.45, 1:16.45.
Don't put all that, Bishwa. You know the situation going on, right?
In April of 2020,
we can't discuss private bets. We can't discuss private bets. We can't do that. Just put in what you like. Let some clarity come in from the government. Let some clarity come in from government, what we can say, what we can't say. I myself is very, myself is a little,
congratulations.
I can't express what my thing is going on. 6-1. What is the 4th number? We missed out on that 4th number. But what happened is that 6. So if we look at that 6, okay, 18 weeks vacation. 1 was 2 weeks vacation. 1 was 2 weeks vacation with that. 3 was 8 weeks vacation with that. 3 did not have a jock. 3 did not have a jock. So that was there. The 3 did not have a jock. It was the second linear, which was here. 131, no jock. That was bad. That was probably the best. And the second best. This one was 6 was the best at 66, 34. So what I'm talking about is, 40% is what I think it is. So I'll show you. This is Caulfield. We raced here last Saturday. So if we talk about the high pressure races, which starts from more or less here, okay. So that 14 won. If you look at the FR, okay, and if you look at the leverage, if you look at the FR and the leverage, that's approximately about 40%. A little here and there, but that's about 40%. That thing won, okay. Here, that was at 125. That was the highest leverage. If you look at what it is, it was less than 40%. It won. It's like that, okay. Now here, which is basically the one that I wanted to refer to. So I like the 2 because of it being a linear, and I thought it will win, but that did not happen. What happened is the 3 actually won. Why? Because if you look at the FR, and then it was on advantage, and they were all like, this one is an FR of 40, all right. You put another 40, 41, that becomes 100%. This is a 52. You put in 49, that becomes anywhere around 80, 89%. It's like that. Okay, this is the rough estimate that I am getting through my program. I have not yet, installed it in the current sheet. I have not installed this thing into my current sheet, but that is what I am getting, that, if you are at 40 and you put 41 leverage, that will not work. Same here, 52, and here it is 49, almost 95%. It did not work. 55, 45 did not work. What worked is 58 and 4. This is the highest FR. This is the highest. So the FR basically is the rating that is integrated within the system. This is in a regression model. This is regressive. If you can Google what regression is. So this is on regression. So this is something that happened. All right. And that basically is giving me the idea that it has to be anywhere less than 40%. It has to be less than 40%. It cannot go more than 40%. If we see here what happened, that 6 won, all right? It was 29 and this was 34, which is more than 100%. We can see it is at 123. But it won. Why? That is another question. That is another answer that I need to figure out. So there are variables, those are there, and what my effort is through the numbers, through the mathematics, the model of this, we are trying to figure this thing out, which is going to work, which may not work, which might work. At times it falls in place, at times it doesn't, depending on a lot of factors. But that happened. Like this one, Vishwa spoke about this one. This is a fabulous hand, fantastic jock, all was there. Difficulty was also there, right? But it went through because of the only thing that I can look at right now is why it went through is because this was one of the top pressure, all right? One of the top pressure. The 3 did not have a jock to handle that pressure. You need a jock, you need a vacation. The 1 did not have a jock or a vacation. The 1 ran 2 weeks ago. The 6 with that pressure is after 18 weeks. 18 weeks with a jock. So 6 was ideal, but that's what racing is all about, and that's exactly what we are trying to figure out, how this works. This was from gate number 7, so I did not have much hope on this since it's a benchmark 64. But look at what happened. This one was the linear, all right? There was no pressure on the linear, and rest everything was so high that we could not take a call. Here, the 8 is the linear. It is the first one to come out. That is the pressure. That's the hand 0-0. Has a jock, probably the best. Who's riding 8? Sheen. And now what might go wrong is this, that he just won a race. If he's tired, he will give up. So those are the things that needs to be taken. So two of the highest horses. Okay, this is 0-0. Then from the inner side, if we look, then here we have a drift which is here. Okay, that's the largest drift. But they're like that. This one is lethal. One of the things they will get in. Either it is this one is too far. This one is too far. This is gate number 12. All right, on 1,000 meter, this is gate number 12. Way too far, but that's the EW. That's the highest advantage. Okay, that is the highest advantage for this horse. So that's the EW. It's in a position to do that thing. So generally, that's what works. This is a drop-in class, the 13, which is from gate number 6, which is the other drift. But bottom line is 8 looks good. 8 is the first favorite, I think, which is looking absolutely spick and span. The 6, I doubt. I don't know. It's right after this one, but it's coming from gate number 12. So will that be able to do this, or it'll go to 12 from gate number 7? Because that, this is advantage. This is no pressure. This is absolutely no pressure. Okay. The difficulty on class is high, but it has been given no pressure. And these two are the top 2 horses. Okay. According to this sheet. Then it is here. They don't come in together. This is the second linear they're talking about. 7. Generally, if it is not a group 1, group 2 race, they generally don't come in together. It has the physics. It will get there. But will it is from this side it is not there, plus they're like that, so there's obviously obviously one of the advantages will get in. So whether it is this one, which I don't know, but 12 definitely is a check. It's quite capable of getting in from gate number 7. This is a little far. 5 is also a little far as a neutral. They have a good management, we'll see. It is not one of the top notch, but it is there. So, and then we have this one. This one has group 1 races and all that. Huge advantage. It's not that. It's actually better than this one. It's actually better than this one. This one is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 9. This is 13. This is from gate number 2. So yeah, this thing is adrift, but they're like that. Anyway, it looks good. So here what happened is, though it was a linear, it did not have pressure on this horse. There's something not right with this. It went through a negative leverage, which means a drop in class, which is there. And this thing just went through with the pressure because it was in the right context. It had the vacation, plus it had the jock. 1 did not have the vacation, did not have the jock. 3 did not have the vacation, did not have the jock. So that is what happened. But they kind of came in together. So that happened. Here it doesn't look like it is in trouble. They're showing the South Australian race. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back.
What you're going to say, I'm glad you said ticket. Race number 4. I'm going to get into this. Yeah, I'm going to read the main little race. Malatier is the $3.80 chance. Trapeze Warrior. Had a bit of time for this horse a while back. $4.60. Barbaric Lad. $5.50. Get Along. $6.50 for L to Zero. Gee, there's a few interesting horses at one point in their career in this race, isn't there? Marshall Music 12. For a Good Cause 14. Strike Gold. That's what we're going to do when we get into the mountain yard.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Victorian Spring Racing Carnival. This is how we spring.
All right, 1,000 metres, benchmark 66. And we kick off with Marshall Music, who's just been such a grand old horse for the Connections. 5 wins from 21 starts. He was a winner 2 back. And Cranberry just won 1,000 metres.
He does, and he had every possible behind Don't Hope do their last start, the Valley. Prior to that, a lower grade. Probably more similar to this one at Cranbourne. So, look, he's a pretty consistent horse back here. It probably helps. And far away.
Excellent parade from this horse. He's definitely got a bit of a fitness advantage against some of his rivals here. I think he's in peak condition.
2's out. 3 is Get Along, who is also in the mailbag bloodstock colours, trained by Ben and J.D. Hayes as well. This colour's been out of the store from 619.
He was very close for his first 3 runs at the Valley, Cranbourne and Randwick. And going back to April, but they've generally been spacing his runs, and he sort of had one. His last couple haven't been great, so I wouldn't read too much into those. I think I'm trusting that he can bounce back and hopefully figure
His coat is starting to clean up a little bit. I think it has just got a touch more brightening up to come over the next couple of weeks. Fitness-wise, he's incredibly fit. He hasn't got any benefit there. He has got the crossover nose vent going on for the first time, and he's accepting of that really well.
4 is Strike Gold for Tim Fitzsimmons. Ryan Houston in the saddle. 6th at Echuca last start over 1,400 metres. So back to 1,000 for this galloper.
Yeah, well, he's been up a while, and he's actually been racing really well, Timmy. I suppose back down in grade health, so I go maybe a little bit further. He's had not a massive gap between him. Just looks interesting placement. Yeah, I'm leaning against it as far as wanting to follow him today, but it should be good.
Funny with him having the blinkers on for the first time today, you can see the way that he's parading. He's curling his head round. He's trying to see sight behind himself with the cups obstructing his vision there. Even there, you can see how he's doing that. Condition-wise, he looks very, very good, but the way that he's behaving, that is, to me, a horse that really does want blinkers on. He needs to focus and look straight ahead. So hopefully that'll be the key to him in the race.
That might be what he's about. Yeah, it's going to go along. Race will over racing.
Trapeze Warriors won 3 of his 10 career starts. His last win was back on the 14th of February at Moonee Valley over 1,000 metres. Like the way that he's jumped out.
Yeah, he's jumped out well. I think it's a fresh being a horse. He hasn't been to this track, but we're looking at a dog. We're chatting about this horse is more than capable of winning on metaphor. So he's a serious contender here.
He has always had a lot of time for this bloke. I think he's a really good-looking individual. He's always been an unreal mover. He's got such a big, powerful action. I think he's going to race just a little bit heavier this time round. He's got a dynamic first-up record. You can't knock him for that. I just wonder if he's going to get any fitter or if this is going to be him for the whole prep now that he's a bit older and more mature.
Barbaric-Lad is also resuming. He yet to win first up. There's a couple of good runs in there.
There are, you're right. He's placed 2 or 4. And he's probably a bit over a touch further, but I just thought this would be a really good each way bet. It was a better price a little while ago. He's still each way odds for a couple of reasons. First of all, back down in class, jump out was great, and I think there's really quite a lot of pressure in this race, and he can hopefully just sit off it, work home well. I think that's great. He's more than capable. I think back to his run behind Tatsamaki, that was a great run that day. So this is a horse that's capable of winning in a high grade.
He's definitely run into some nice horses last preparation, even Heart of Glass. He was very competitive there at Caulfield. He looks great. I think he's going to be in for a nice prep, and he looks like he's got a good base of fitness, but I do feel like he has got a little bit of fitness benefit to come. In saying that, Hutch, the way that you've marked him to run well and hit the line, I feel like he is going to run a cheeky race, but just a touch of improvement to come.
El Ciro is a pretty talented horse on his day, and he's got quality gallopers last preparation.
I'm sure so. He's a nice horse to play for. It's his 6th career start. He's first up today. He showed a good amount of ability. You'd expect some improvement. And he'll probably be better for the 12, 1300 metre range, if not a touch further, who knows. But it'll just depend how much he's improved. I don't think he's winning the race on what he did last campaign, but he showed enough that he's going to win more races.
He's very forward in condition, this fella. I don't think that he's going to strip much lighter after this run or getting deeper into his preparation. Looks like he's come back in quite well.
Ballot here for Tony Calvin McAvoy. Blake Shin, barrier 1. That's all for him in terms of being put into the race, we think.
Well, his form was great. I mean, he was very consistent. He pulled up lane at Bendigo, of course, but, outside of that, it's about the only blemish in his overall book. So, he's got a big great chance. He's going to be parked in just behind the speed. I think it's a real positive. Blake Shin's been on him a couple for his last 3 runs, so he's been more than happy to stick with, and that's usually pretty good.
He looks magnificent, this horse. Could not have been prepared any better than what he is today.
That's right, he's out 10. It's been a kick for Steve Richards and Harry Coffey, a winner at his last start on New Year's Eve. This 8-year-old, presume, just needs something a bit easier for probably lower grade, and probably gets better with the run over the belt as well.
He may be a little bit outclassed here, but the team couldn't have turned him out looking any better. His coat's impeccable. Fitness is exactly where it needs to be.
Lloyd's Crown for the Weymouth team. 641 days since he was last in the winners' stall. Second in a 2-time track and trip winner, so it has been a while, but he's a pretty slick horse around here. Like, I don't know if you play things like that. I didn't see him winning it, but I would be like a way he did. Yeah.
Paraded pretty fresh here today. He was up and about, having a bit of a sweat head up with the pony. As far as condition goes, he was pretty forward. I feel like Beck's done quite a lot of work with him to run a nice forward showing today.
12 is for a good cause for Paddy Williams. This galloper was tested in the Bogus Gold Dash back on the 15th of March.
PC, welcome back.
Did run last. He did run to be 2, so he might be
12 is getting tailed.
Just didn't work out. Just put it away, put it back.
PC is on 5.
Relaxed parade from him today, not showing any signs of freshness. He was healthy and well.
What is this? 5 is gate number 13. Neutral.
Form from Tasmania coming over to a midweek contest like this with some progressive horses. So prepare to watch her today.
Trout did do this Coffee Peak meeting this year, Hutch, I reckon. He's been fourth off the sunshine from the front of the running Gold Coast, getting beaten at the side one and Coffee Peak at 151 to roll. So, strange things can happen. But the barbaric lad goes on top for you. Hutchie, tell us why.
Oh, I just thought the jump out was good. I thought the better form reads well. I know 1200 might be better, maybe better with a run, but you're not. I think he's backable today. I think he's good enough on his best form to win it. Trapeze Warriors, just a fantastic fresh horse. How do we pronounce this one? Melatier. It's, I think sure enough. I can put up later today, but obviously what's right. Just commented get along with the other ones. But I went 6-5-8-3.
Probably not a surprise to hear me put Melatier on top here. This horse looked absolutely sensational in the yard. Probably the best looking horse or best grade from any horse that I've seen so far today. It was absolutely impeccable. So happy to have him on top. Trapeze Warrior is a horse that I've always had a lot of time for. I thought he presented in fantastic shape. I'll be interested to see if he does just tighten up a touch after today, but he was moving particularly well. Martial Music is another one that paraded beautifully here.
Let's have a look at this points bet market. Melatier, Barrier 1B Shin, $3.70. Trapeze Warrior, $4.50. Get along $5.50. $6 for Barbaric Lane. $7.50 for Hills this year. Martial Music, 11, 12 for down the bottom of the first page is Strike Gold in a $26 chance. Beast Mode punters on points bet live now until 5 p.m. tonight.
Here is what it is. The 8 is the linear with the highest pressure. It's 1,000 meter. Barrier 1, Sheen is on. Best fit for the class, has the rails, has the physics. There's nothing wrong with 8 apart from the fact that Sheen just won't. If he's tired, he will mess it up.
Pretty good shape again.
Yeah, it looks great. Jumped out well down the trail. Just been a very hard for training. Considering he's a young horse, he gets viruses and mucus very easily, so he's trained from the farm, but we'll be really happy if his last few gallops coming here and he's up and about in the mountain there. So he just rolls forward, just keep the breathing smooth and hopefully he can go on progress.
He's such a big, powerful moving horse too, isn't he? He's got an awesome action on him.
Yeah, it seems to have a claim to sort of full weight, so he can carry that on hopefully tomorrow.
In regards to his condition, I found him just a little bit hard to assess because he's such a big, strong, burly type of horse anyway. I just wondered, do you think there is a little bit of fitness?
And the one they spoke about is the same one that we spoke about here, number 3, which is the largest drift. It is one of the top-notch class. The other one which is here is this one. 4.
Going to go around as the second elect in the points bet market. A $4.60 chance, does have a really good record, fresh, but has been a
Those are all chances. Might work for a place or something.
In the ownership of this horse, Alan Shepherd, Max Bashir, two South Australian footballing legends. Where's the Crows colours? So could be the start of a big weekend.
Wow. Into the colours. We'll have to get a tip to the grand final.
Yes.
We'll get that. We'll see if we can get one out of Jules as well.
Oh, I mean, we might get 6 teams who he thinks might be harvesting over in this market.
We're going to be down. We're definitely going to do that. Yeah, it's interesting.
That 12
It's a very competitive race.
Any thoughts, George, before we
is getting tailed.
For a good cause.
That
I think
12
money just might smoke
12 is not in a winning position. 12 is not.
last 30 seconds that as well. So for a
12 is a place hope, but it is getting tailed. PC. That's an EW. It's getting tailed. 12 is not for a win.
Don't like the drip $6 out to 7, but on its day and first up, it can come with paralysing sprint, which it'll need to. Yeah, very quick and on the inside of it. Now, for a good cause.
And now it is getting tailed. It's gone worse.
It looks as though Trapeze Warrior is going to be one of the last. Very, very open race. Tote favourite Valeti Air at $3.70. Trapeze Warrior.
It's either 6 or 12 in between. It's either 6 or 12. We'll see how it works.
Set to run. 2 metres. Stand pretty well. Don't scratch back and away. Lloyd's Crown away on the fair knee, and Millennium Air on the inside jumped away moderately. Trapeze Warrior out fast with Martial Music, and also Get Along on the inside. Strike Gold not too far away from El Tercero. For a good cause, Millennium Air together in the middle of those Lloyd's Crown, about 3 further back, Passiona, followed by Barbaric Lad and Better Kickers in the tail of the field. Coming around the home corner, it's Martial Music off the rails and Get Along, a length Strike Gold. Then came Trapeze Warrior deeper. Millennium Air is coiled up behind those horses, and there's a run good enough for it at the 400 metres. Next is Lloyd's Crown, who's coming through the field from Better Kick, El Tercero. Barbaric Lad still second last. Martial Music, 250 metres to go from Trapeze Warrior out past the middle. Martial Music joined by Trapeze Warrior, followed by Millennium Air. Trapeze Warrior and Martial Music, who won't give
So Sheen was tired.
Trapeze Warrior just in front of Martial Music and got it. Trapeze Warrior from Martial
5.
Music for a good
Busy.
Next to finish the race was Get Along with El Tercero.
Boom.
Then came on Lloyd's Crown, knocked up Better Kick and last Passiona.
12 got there.
Warrior number 5, ridden by Locking Neindorf for Philip Stokes, and that's been a good effort, drawn out past the middle. And first up today, well, it's been an absolute knock. First up, 3 from 3. This gelding by Trapeze Artists. Trapeze Warrior races very, very well fresh and has worn down the gallant Martial Music number 1, who gave a bold sight. Blue Cartwright taking the 3 kilos off. Had those form lines around Don't Hope Do It.
So that was the back-to-back winning. That is another condition which is there.
Trapeze Warrior, who is $5 into $4.80, so solidly back. 5 winners, 5 beats 1, and we stand by for the full details from Judge Paul Egan after the running of race number 4. Trapeze Warrior win 4 at start number 11, and loved the 1,000 metres, and again has won fresh, and the wide draw was always going to be a bit of a concern, but as the
8,
rail's been
12 and 8.
out, and the fact that you get a bit more room over this 1,000 metre sprint,
Then it is 4.
has been too good for them. Time interesting, 56.51. First running under these conditions of distance, 56.51.
So what happened is this, that Sheen was tired. This was, he won here, okay, from that gate. He won here. But here, he lost because just was not there, and the 12 got there. The 12 was a 7. 1 was that 9, 6-year-old gelding which was here. It was from gate number 13. But it did the job today. Had one of the worst jocks. So, I mean, if this is about Sheen getting tired and not winning, then that's that. But PC was on 5, which was from gate number 13, and it went through. Bad. We'll go to the next 5. 2, 5, 13, all scratched. Ten, 3, 8, 12. This is the second linear. The linear is here, which is the number 6. Okay. There's some problem. So technically 8 should win, but 8 will not win. Why? Because 8 ran 2 weeks ago at Sandown Lakeside, but the pressure is not that much that it cannot deal with it. Ideally that's 45, 46, 60, 63. This is 45, 66. This is the highest, 66. There's no jock. So that's the highest leverage, 19. All right. But there is no jock. 8 is being ridden by J. Mott. When I say doesn't have a jock, it means handicap. The jock doesn't have the advantage today here. So that is a bad thing. The other one is here. 15. 3 is 42 weeks coupled. 3 is 42 weeks with Damian Lane. This thing has been into Group 1 races and all that. Has the rails 10. What is the problem with the 10? So, I mean, it is definitely the class. That's the first thing. Okay, that's the class. It'll get there. It is there within the equation. It is there within the equation, but how is that equation is something that is going to make Three is in a better spot, I think. 3 is in a better spot. The linear cannot win. There's something not right. Plus, their management is like this. Might get in some position, but not in a position to win. The second linear is here. So, ideally, the odds are right on this theory. The odds are right on this theory. Plus, it has a jock, Zahara. But Zahara just messed up the previous race. He was constantly changing lanes. But if we look at the horse, then it is a 47.59. So this is not the highest, all right? And when it is not the highest and the VH, the handicapping is on the higher end, then definitely these guys have the advantage. But 8 has had a run 2 weeks ago. With that leverage today, it doesn't have a jock to support that. So I don't know how that will work. About these two, I definitely like the 3. The 3 has been to league races. That is alone itself is a lot of advantage on that horse. Through the rails, got a team, class. If this is at negative, this is handicapping, all right? This is at -3. So that brings in that pressure. And for this class, that pressure brings in this. From gate number 3 with league races. Okay. Body weight, this is probably heavier. This is a bigger horse. Jockey. Damian Lane. 12 is ridden by C. Williams. So that jockey has a lot of advantage because he's been handicapped like that. That's why it is like that. But that's the outer drift. Now, if we look at the advantage, where the advantages are, this one is with an advantage from gate number 11. That probably is not going to work. So that brings us to these two horses. This one is from gate number 12 and this one is from gate number 4, which is a larger drift. This is the drift. Okay, so that 9 is a check. The 9 is a check. Like here, that 12 was with no pressure, was an EW. All right, this one had the highest advantage, but was coming from gate number 12. Did not get there. This one got to the third position. Ideally, it should have been into the second position, but the second position went to this guy, which is a 6-year-old gelding with a class and an advantage. So this advantage worked, and he did not get the second position, he got the third position. So here, this advantage is on this 5-year-old mare, which is from gate number 11. That is a difficult proposition. That is not great. Then comes these two horses. This one is from gate number 12, which is also not a great proposition. 9 comes from gate number 4, which is okay. Nine is being ridden by who? Somebody. I don't know. But that's the advantage on that horse. So one of them is going to get in. It's 1,000 meter. I like the 866, but I don't know if that'll work. It doesn't have a jock. It's about 20%. It's almost the same game, 20%. This is a benchmark 70. So this is an advantage. It's got the group 1 races and all that. This is the second one in place. Okay, this is the second one. This is 66, this is 63, but through the FR it is the highest. It also has a breather. I like the 3. There's nothing not to like about the 3. The 3 is good. Lovely car. The 3 is good. Well, so far today I've gone wrong. I mean, everything that I thought might be the result, I've gone wrong so far. All 4 races with what could be the change? I mean, we have to believe the data at some point of time. This is Ladad. This is Ladad. This one is the EW, which is like that. It's a 4-figure EW. So if you look at Ladad, so it comes right out of the linear. So that's where it is. So that may not be the right thing. And that'll not work. 12 is this is 0. This is 9. So this is a check. 3 are like. 3 are like. So what is happening if they are the same class and they have like that pressure? This one is at 0. That's why that's an advantage. This is also the same class. They are like that. The one in between is here, 1.5, which is from gate number 7, 16, 50. This is also 50. So 50, 50. This is 16. This is 0. Not good. I don't know. Like the 3. Dows! Morph! Welcome back, Dows. I am flop today, Dows. I am flop.
Just with that, we mentioned the wind work, the directions going down. The other 1,000-metre races, they're all right and close on speed on the first two parts of the place where. So it's helping them along the way. Like Lovely Cut gets back in the field. I don't think Paradise City will be too close over. So it could be, a big play.
Avoiding the early inside lanes as well. Now, yeah, see them stripped out a bit, aren't they? Yeah, worth noting as well.
Lovely Cut, $3.20. Nice horse for Rich Goodwin. Sunsetting $3.40. Gentle Still $6.58 for Rosh. Let's get into the Mountain Yard. Race 5.
This Mountain Yard is
3 is now favourite, by the way.
now with National Ball Racing Form for every state, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
No, did a lot of sitting in chairs, throwing the arms up, the double pointing, classic top. So, fair enough. Do a whole lot of dancing, though. The Key Clan handicap for the fillies and mares, 1,000 metres here, Hutchie. Paradise City, speaking of songs, that's a cracker for Betty Booty and Catherine Coleman. This girl is resuming this afternoon. Won a couple of races last preparation. They were both over 1,400 metres, so she's going to be better when we see her getting out and above that height.
So she won't be too far off them, but I didn't see her. I said this is a nice prep run, almost like a trial for her. She's got the class and she can win, but I'd be happy to watch her today.
You guys in the studio will be pleased to know I actually just played a bit of Paradise City for my young crew here, and it was really fell a bit short. They didn't appreciate it as much as what I did. Horse looks well. I think that she's got a fair bit of improvement to come with her coach in regards to her fitness. Maybe she'll tighten up a little bit, but she looks like she's come back a bit bigger and stronger.
She mustn't be winning Green Hill, because, no.
That's it, I think, for a well recruited. It's an all-time great switch on. Don't know.
Chubb runs out. 3 is Lovely Cut. You hope for Reese Goodman's sake that she can win a nice race along the journey here. She's a horse that's always promised a lot and has run really well in good quality races.
Yeah. She's a nice bear and she showed her better form reads really well. I don't think, once again, as Jules said, 1,000% go, the class will take her a fair way. She'll get back. I think she'll be running on. She didn't get the 1,000 guineas they went and took her to, but the recent work was really good, so I'm sure she'll be powering home late.
She's definitely filled out and grown into her frame. She's always been a tall filly, but she's a lot more mature and a lot more finished product now than what she was at the tail end of spring last year. She's pretty fresh today. She's pretty forward. She's towing her strapper around. Conditions good.
Pocket size for Billy Papazahara Darkest. Luke Nolan in the saddle. This girl had a great preparation last time as well. She was basically winning, or if not running second in every start.
Yeah, consistent. He's got a small team, doesn't he? But I'll tell you what, they turn up in a very consistent.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine that'll be the case there. She's 147 on the trip. She's a specialist. She'll run well again.
As her name would suggest, she's just a neat type of mare. She's not carrying any excess condition. She's pretty forward to run a nice race fresh.
Dayella for Cliff Brown and Dan Stackhouse. She's having her second run for the preparation. She sticks to 1,000 metres.
She was sixth behind Marshall Music fresh up. Just a run, I thought. I was expecting a little bit more. So maybe she just needed it, but look, it's only an 8th career start, so I don't want to be too harsh, but I just preferred others today.
You'd be disappointed if she didn't run well based on the way that she's been turned out. She looks great here. Her coat's particularly healthy. Fitness is exactly where it needs to be, and she's pretty happy within herself. So it wouldn't surprise me to see her bounce back and put in a better performance today.
So on the positive for Noble Style, unbeaten at first up, 3 from 3, but yet to win 1,000 metres.
Yeah, and I thought that there's only one jump out leading it. So I'm just wondering if this is sort of another, like we'll run over 1,000 and then that 1,200 second up. So that's the way I'm reading it.
Kate definitely has improvement. She's just nicely on her toes here. Does look like she's done quite a bit of work, but she's quite a big barreled horse too, and one that I don't know. So hard for me to get a proper guide on her today. I always respect horses that have got that good first up record, though. You can never underestimate them.
That's Noble Style. Gentle Steel for Julia Fernandez, the next horse. They strung a couple together at Cranbourne and Sale, then was fourth on Lakeside, comes back to 1,000 metres, a couple of weeks between runs.
Yeah, she was very good behind Princess Q. I mean, I think the tempo of the race probably suited her. She was well without cover, but she did not shirk the task at all. She was back-to-back winners prior to that and made straight to 64 company, and Julius decided to bring it back to trip. I don't know about the 1,000 there, whether or not it'll be ultimately really suitable, but she's certainly been very consistent. Should get a good run again today.
Good consistent parade from her. Looks very similar to how I saw her here a couple of weeks ago. She's a mare that's very fit moving on.
Star May for the Reed team, and now with Ryan Simpson getting into the saddle. Of course, this horse is being run by Kevin Baker on the Sydney touching.
On the front. He busted that. No doubt about that.
Even if we didn't ask.
Yeah, that's true. Look, this horse, her jump out was okay. I know she won it, but with the new yard now, I think they've got her going pretty well, but I'm happy just to watch for the time being.
Nothing wrong with the way she's turned out here at all. She looks really good. Coat's nice and healthy. She's pretty forward in condition too. She looks to me to have done plenty of work for this first up assignment.
Some setting for Matt Laurie and the U-Long team. Mark Zara and Barrier 1. Is Barrier 1 negative for a moment?
No, because I think if they want to get off, the head of the field usually will take them out there. I mean, she's going to be at best sort of running 40th, 60th anyway. But I don't think I'm not that concerned about that. What I'm concerned about is that she's got a 12 back to 1,000. But look, she just should have won it. Well, should have got very close to winning the race won by Maid Champagne. She didn't have too many skills on tour on the last start. She's ready to win one of the
She looks really well, this girl. I've had her on top a number of times lately, and she looks excellent again. She's just been handled beautifully in between runs. She's an absolute sweetie pie on race day.
Bonnie Moore was a winner 3 back on the Pakenham Synthetic. Greg Urell and Daniel Moore, who's announced that he's moving off to Queensland, so I imagine this will be one of his final rides at the Metropolitan Arena here.
Look, she had a bit of final race. She's been pretty consistent. She did win one on a few runs back, but right across the 90s.
She's been turned out really well once again. I do feel like she's a little bit hard to catch, so probably needs to be a bit more consistent for me to get to follow her.
What about Feroci Hutch? Had the 2 runs in 7th to Bendigo, then back to Bendigo, same trip 1100, second behind Miss Honolulu.
Yeah, I've got her in the numbers. I think that she's in there with an each-way chance. Didn't mind that effort at Bendigo, so she drops a few kilos, gets a great win, a couple of positives.
Yeah, she looks good, this horse. I think she's in really good overall condition. It's a pretty consistent parade from her. I haven't seen her this preparation live, but I have seen her on TV, and she looks very similar all the way through to what I saw of her last prep.
1,000 metres for the fillies and mares. It is a benchmark 70. Hutchie, how are you seeing them?
Interesting race. I didn't have a lot of conviction. I was with Sunsetting, who I think is the one to beat. A lovely cut. I wouldn't be shocked with the win, but I personally would want to take 20. Paradise City, I think we've got a further. Gentle Steel's somewhat in the mix as well. I was 10-3, 1 and 8, and I was happy to be with Sunsetting, but I don't think that was.
I'm with Sunsetting too here, Hutchie. I really like this mare. She's an absolute sweetie pie on race day. She's racing in really good heart. The team have got her ticking along beautifully. I don't think that she could look much better today. Just hope she gets a nice clear running transit. You know that she's going to try very hard and hit the line well. Of the others, lovely cut. I think she's come back in a much more furnished horse this time around. She looks a lot bigger and stronger. Dayala looks good, and Gentle Steel's a very consistent grade also.
Okay, let's have another look at the points bet market here for race number 5. First thing, the quantity this afternoon, $3.20. $3.30 for Sunsetting. Gentle Steel is a $6 chance, $7.54 for Roshi. Paradise City, take me there, $12. Pocket Size, $14. $18 for Dayella. And Star May, new stable for that gallop, $41. Beast Mode, spicy odds at Sandown, Belmont and Morfettville for the points bet punters, so jump on the app and check it out. It runs until 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Chances are you're about to lose free and confidential support. Call the number on the screen or visit the website. Julius Sandler, who trains Gentle Steel, he's catching up with that here.
Thanks for your time, Julius. Gentle Steel, she's been a very consistent mare since she started her racing career. How does she come into you today?
Yeah, she's coming good and nice and relaxed. And as I was saying to you earlier, and that's a surprise. I thought early days she was one of those horses that would be probably a bit highly strong when she got to the races, but she's complete opposite. She's very laid back and graded great, and no surprise. It seems like they also have races that come up for start. So always handy to have that. They generally tend to race better when they're that way, and she did set everything right here and back home. So we're lucky about that.
Isn't it a nice surprise when horses can be a little bit highly strung early and you think, oh my goodness, we're going to be in for a hell of a time all the way through, but they can come out the other side and settle right down.
Well, she's the perfect example of that. We had nightmare trying to get her married for stuff like that, and then you took her away and gave her a bit of time.
Araman, welcome back. Bro, don't put the tribe. Apart from the try, everything else is okay. Try and cue. Don't do that, Ataman. We're going through a lot. We're going through a lot. Don't do that, please.
It was more of a little bit of a discussion with Marty. She jumped and she's very good out of the gate. She's really fight the gates and she put herself there, and she tends to want to do it up front all the time. And Marty said to me, he said, you know what, maybe we'll just, because we're having one more crack at the stumps before we probably put her out. He said, try and drop her back so there's a bit of pace and she's got something to follow, and she can tuck in and relax a little bit. And if you looked at that race at Sale, and she got behind them and she's got a nice on the foot. So the thought process is more hoping that she with some cover she'll relax, and then she's got a nice on the foot and we can use it going up to them.
Good luck here. Hopefully it all works out for you both.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Does a good job, Julius, doesn't he? He does a great job.
He's a great fella. He's a great fella. That's for sure.
To give Gentle Steel.
Yeah, I think it's got a
good shot.
Good shot. Down. It's interesting to see how Gallopers can go.
Any thoughts here, Jules? First leg of the body race number 5. We spoke about this race in detail a few minutes ago.
Just the Sunsetting's more of a 1,000-metre horse compared to Lovely Cut. It's just how much, what they've done with Lovely Cut to be able to absorb this early pressure. It's sort of the first 400 metres is where Lovely Cut can win this race. You know it's going to be strong late because the damage is going to be done in that first 400 metres. Just Sunsetting be in front of it, be able to control it.
From a winning race perspective, where would you like to see Lovely Cut by the park?
Oh, I'd love to see well, but I just don't know if it's the allocation you have to do that over the fence. Yeah, you're going to think it's not a draw as well, so if you don't get there, all of a sudden you fall back. It's not so that's the issue.
Well, I think the previous one, 3-1 running line, first and third might have been as well, with the other run one off. And you mentioned about a couple of edging off that inside section, so they'll do the same here.
Interesting race. Let's head to Matty Hill for his call.
Who's racing Group 1 company, Lovely Cut. So it's a good little race. Now Star May goes in. I feel just about ready for the running of the key clean over 1,000 metres. Paradise City is forwards. looks as though they're all in. Starter marching over to the platform, has a look at his watch. Gates cleared. Although for Roshi, hasn't been called forward out wide yet. So skew towards the outside for Roshi with Greg Williams, a $7 chance to the outside, and now they're set. 1,000-metre dash. Stand by. Body Amore towards the outside, away fairly. Starmay jumped away quickly with Feroci Noble Style and also Pocket Size, and Gentle Steel is driving through on the inside to lead the race outright. Starmay's going to get the trail behind them as Noble Style goes up to sit outside Gentle Steel, and they were followed by Pocket Size, Bonnie Amore, and Sunsetting the inside from Dayella for Roshi. Well back, Lovely Cut, Paradise City. They run the corner. Noble Style took it a bit awkwardly. Gentle Steel is the leader. 450 metres to go with Sunsetting. A lovely run up on the inside for Rid. Lovely Cut's got some room over there as well. Starmay behind them, followed by Bonnie Amore. Dayella's trying to get through, and Feroci right down the outside. It's Sunsetting, hands and heels. 200 metres to go. Led by a length and a half to Gentle Steel. Lovely Cut, Starmay, Feroci. It's Sunsetting clear. 100 metres to go. Surging away, too good for them. And Sunsetting on it from Lovely Cut, Paradise City. Now fourth close.
10-3-1.
From Feroci and Starmay in Dayella. Back behind them, Pocket Size, and they were followed by Bonnie Amore, and last to finish, Noble Style. Sunsetting, number 10, Mark Zara for Matt Laurie, having a terrific run, of course, but deserved that victory. She was fantastic behind Bain Champagne at Caulfield 2 starts ago, and then ran on well in a race dominated up the front by Princess Q last start. She got that lovely run from Barrier 1 today, and she's classy. She's a nice mare, Sunsetting, and I'm sure they will pick some bigger fish to fry as we head towards the Spring Carnival, the Melbourne Cup Carnival, of course. Sunsetting at 340 and 140, defeating Lovely Cut seconds at 160, and Paradise City in third at $3.20 the drum. And fourth was close, Gentle Steel, just getting that ahead of Feroci or Starmay. But that's been an excellent display by Sunsetting, the mare by Pirata. Win 3 at start number 9, and never really...
I thought that this one will not get there, but that one actually got there. Out of these two, this one was gate number 12. I thought maybe it is too far, but it actually got there. And 3, 1 and 8. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Five, 7, 8, 9, 17, 18. 5, 7, 8, 9, 17, 19. 13, 18, 11. 13, 18, 3 and 11. This is a tricky one. So one of them is in. This is tricky because they're getting in. The 13 is the favorite. Okay. The best is here, up here, which is this 15, which is a neutral. It's a benchmark 66. That's the best. Okay. The 15. But the 15 is nowhere to be seen within the odds. That's that. But the problem is it is 21, the leverage, the jock is not there to handle this. That's the other problem. So 13 is ideally the next one, 64. Here is the 11 that they have taken, 65, which is here, but that is gate number 18. So that probably is not our problem. This is good. 64 2. Now they're talking about this one, which is the linear. It is probably not in a position to win. It has the physics, it'll get in. But if it gets in, then there has to be something with an advantage that will come in. Like in this case, we thought these two have the advantages. This was very far. That did not work. This one got through. Right? 176. Here, this is the highest, 290, or this is the highest actually, which is here, but is like that. Could be this one is 44.51. This is 39.46. So this is better. It's a 0.0. And then probably this one. That's what I think. This is there, but this is also there. This is a drop. Okay, this is a drop, but it is a class horse. It's a class horse, so that's there. So it's either this or this. And both of them are 6-year-old gelding. Since this is from gate number 3, it has more advantage. It's also good. 0-0. Then if that doesn't work, then it is here. 10:55. No. 3:57. It's okay, but that's pressure. This is pressure. So this is basically where people are looking at their winning, whether it came first, second, or third. But that generally doesn't happen. What happens is what we've seen. It's the pressure that will go through. Then something with an advantage will come in. So advantage is generally in between. So 13 is good. Then the 15 is definitely here. I don't know what it will do, but the 15 doesn't have a job. So the nearest one is this. $6.30. Then probably it will be here. That's the highest pressure. So this will work. But how this will work is 64 advantage, 5 more advantage. This pressure that will not work. This will get in 13. Six, 13. 13 looks good. 13 should do. But today things are going wrong horribly. I did not know they had a track by the name of Beaumont in Western Australia.
Particularly the previous edge off that inside, come to the middle part of the track. So they're going to let the race with Kenny unfold underneath it and just probably get that three-wide running.
The other key factor here is these are really good jockeys that are on these horses. So Deep Pleasure and Eternal gets D Lane. I think they just don't want D Lane to be in any good part of ground. If they think that inside's inferior, and we don't really know, they're just avoiding it, are they? That's just what they're doing. Eternal's in a big world of hurt. Damien Lane's going to try and have to get off. But the riders of Chest of Gold and Deep Pleasure, I just assume, will not let him get into that space. They will make him go back to the inferior ground inside. So it's really interesting how it plays out. Because there's going to be some really quality horses, but quality jockeys as well on those horses that are going to put, I think, Damien Lane and Eternal.
Yeah. His option might be to try and be a little bit more positive early, and then he'll be dictating rather than the others. So that could be the factor that we'll have to keep an eye on with Eternal.
All right, that's the speed map for race number 6, which is not too far away. Let's have a look at the points bet market. Eternal, $4.60. The boys have spoken a lot about that. Horse Deep Pleasure at $5. The same quote as Chest of Gold. Keeny, $6.50. Stay Silent, $8.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
23. for Dramaticus. Let's get into the mounting yard for race number 6.
This mounting yard is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Start roster, led by dual group 1-winning 3-year-old Celestial Legend.
1,400 metres, benchmark 66.1. Lethal Thoughts for Kieran Maher and Logan Bates returning this afternoon. We haven't seen this gallopper since back at the start of April with a benchmark 84.
That one there, Jimmy.
Almost lost it when the circle went around the.
I was like, my shape.
When the circle almost covered the name of the horse. It wasn't. Made a good recovery.
I did. I've learned how to keep it very long. Yes. Lethal Thoughts now. I think it's a prep run.
To run a nice race here, condition-wise, his coat's still got a heap of improvement to come. He's still looking like it's the middle of June.
Masterful for EJ and Hannah Edgeland.
This is a horse that will turn up, won't be too far away. But it's tricky, but it's a horse that hit the run.
He's due a win. I think that he's trending in the right direction. Haven't seen him this prep, but looks like he's not too far off his peak.
Doesn't show have some good horses running around in his colours at the moment. Another one of those is the Pleasure. We only have a 4 career starts, 1 2.
Yeah, it was a very good win at Geelong first start, parked outside the leader, and it was just too strong. The tempo suited, but there's been some form over the race, and there's no doubt she can go on.
She looks excellent. Couldn't really be in any better physical shape than what she is in today. Seems to be a really nice, sweet mare too. Great attitude, good physique.
Dramaticus for Tony and Calvin McWell, Luke Cartwright, Saddle.
Fit, consistent, going well. A galloper that he can put himself where he needs to be in the run, and that is always going to help him a lot. Service on the West.
He looks really well, this bloke. I think he is going in a really nice way. I think he's going to need a lot of luck from that one back. He's going to have to begin well and need a good ride, but he is presented here to run very well.
5's out, 6 is Comic Hero. Dan O'Sullivan is the trainer. Johnny Allen.
Wasn't a bad run behind Dane Wood last start, but I just preferred others.
He's definitely in peak fitness now, so no excuses on that front.
7's out, 8's out, 9's out. Double P is horse number 10. Wiley Dalziel looking for another winner on the program as I met him with the Catholic Tom.
Yeah, a really nice win, and Chuka was in support of their start at $7 and came away to win pretty well. So I bet it was called Al Duca as well.
I think she's going quite well, this girl. She's definitely hit her peak in regards to her fitness now. She looks a lot tighter than when I saw her a couple of starts back here.
Keamy, the horse that Hutchie is saying might be in the 3 wide line. Looked at the speed map a little bit earlier. It's Peter Moody, Catholic Tom. Started made a double beat. Gee, was a good win for her the other day. I mean, she beat Perfect Pictures, no slap. She actually got a win burn on the way through. It was only her 4th career start. I think the comment last start, Amy, was there wasn't a lot of her, but she could clearly gallop.
Yeah, she's only a little girl, and that's exactly the shit. I could say she hasn't grown in between runs anyway, but I think if anything, her coat's probably started to shift a bit more, brighten up a little bit, so it looks like she's come on with that run.
Next horse to have a look at is Stay Silent for Kieran Maher. Ben Allen in the saddle, 4th run for the prep.
Oh, I thought it had its chance to make something like Ken enough. That was a nice enough run, but for this prep is there to be seen and place chance.
He's a very fit horse, this. He's reached his peak now.
Internal is horse 13, Bruce Waller, Damien Lane, a winner first up at Sale. I think she'd be hard to beat here, given the progression she should make second up in the trip.
She looks excellent. She's dappled from head to toe. Really nice, strong filly.
Catahoula for the Hawks team, Jamie Mott riding, been 3rd at her last 2 starts. She hasn't won in a long time, back since the 16th of February 2024.
She's consistent. It's unusual, sort of 500 odd days between to get that consistent, not beaten far, but she does need another win.
Yeah, she's consistent in the way that she's turned out too. She's a big mama, this girl, and she always parades very quiet.
Macedon Rose for Ben Will and JD Hayes, Michael D in the saddle. We haven't seen this galloper since she contested the Northfield Guineas.
Yeah, she started at $8 there too. Some of her form reads pretty well. She started at $8 against St. Cup. So, look, it's a second prep. We'll wait and see where she's at, but I wouldn't be surprised if she figured it out.
She's very, very forward in condition. There is no excess weight on her whatsoever. Her coat has still got a long way to go, though.
Geordie Girl for the O'Prey team, making the trip down from Wodonga.
Yeah, I thought this was a tall for this galloper. Pretty consistent once again, but just needs something a little easier.
Yeah, she looks well, this horse. She's been turned out nicely in a pretty tough race.
Chest of Gold for Julius Sandy with Bo Mertens, who's been on this galloper at all 4 of his career starts.
Full strip a little bit for the second up and one to consider.
Another one that's going to need a bit of luck from that wide gate, but saddled up well.
All right, Hutch, can you lead us into the winner here in race number 6? Another interesting little race. How do you see it? The Rosemont Red to the 4.
Yeah, between the Rosemont Cornella, I think there's 2 very good chances eternal. I know it can potentially be a little tricky, as Jules mentioned, but I'm faith in that plan. I think Kenny's a good chance to deposit off progressive. Just the goal's a little shorter than I envisaged. 13, 11, 3, and 18.
I see them similar to you, Hutchie, just in a slightly
Gatekeeper, welcome back. 13-11.
I thought this horse looked fantastic in the yard. Her coat was beautiful. Couldn't really be presented in much better shape.
11 is from gate number 18.
Runners, they both saddled up looking really well. They should be running well.
There's something that is going to get in as an advantage. It's either this one, that's gate number 11, I don't know, or this one, or the 6. Chances are numerous, but I don't know. Let's see how it works.
Just build the anticipation. I've been told that it's on its way. There it is. Race number 7.
But anyway, I'm out of my wits today.
Love it, absolutely love it.
I'm watching.
Not as much as you were worried about me when I was drawing pictures.
You did. You did. Get on the voice to that. Just so about to listen. Frank off financial support. Call the number on the screen or visit the website. And Catherine Coleman and Peter Moody have a good little hand in this race with 2 runners. WN and Keeney. Race will water they horses 10 and 11. Catherine is standing alongside Amy Young.
Thanks, guys. Double P, double pie. Which one are we going with here, Kat?
Can confirm double pie.
Double pie. Let's roll with that. How is she?
Yeah, she's really well. We're really pleased with her win at Echuca, and everything she's done leading into today has been pleasing.
It's always a good sign. You've got a good jockey on board in Carleen Hickle, who knows her exceptionally well. What were the instructions to her from that good gate?
Bounce, squeeze and travel, keep it pretty simple, and see if we can't repeat the result that we got with her last start.
We love those instructions. Bounce, squeeze, travel. That just uncomplicates things, doesn't it?
It's a good horse. Gatekeeper, it's a good one, but
got a great win on the board last start.
Yeah, definitely. She doesn't know that
we'll see how it works.
She's got a massive heart on her.
But the problem is, these benchmark 50, 60, 70, they're very, very volatile, and the 11 was getting tailed. 11 was getting tailed. I don't know how it is going to work. These races are. I'm trying to avoid these races, but they keep coming back. I don't know what to do.
2 good chances. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep, there we go.
They're very volatile in their own nature.
You start. Is that you already?
Very volatile.
I mean, you hear these names today.
He's butchered them, I think.
He's giving it to me over my map skills, which is probably fair enough.
You gave it to yourself.
Yeah, it's fair enough. But we do have to revisit some of these names. So, yeah, Pirata and Pindara is the sire down. Yeah, well, so just remember that. Write that one down.
Yeah, the frustrating thing from my point of view is I started calling this horse double pie, and then external factors led me to change my pronunciations to double P, and then I've been made look like a fool.
Jules, do you blame your tools as well?
Doesn't take much of it. This market.
That's an interesting shot.
Speaking of like a fool.
Rosemont are going to have a potentially good race here, aren't they?
Chest of Gold's just holding its price. I think that's purely because I think they think it's the map horse versus Eternal, which put a big number up first up. Deep Pleasure did a big number, I think, in Geelong as well, I think it was that. So this is a really hot race, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, this is a really hot race. We don't
this is about as good as benchmark 66 as you'll get. Like, I was going through some of the ratings and some of the sponsors, thinking, wow, you'd be winning most benchmark 66. And so this could be a race to trust.
Yes, absolutely. Any more bullets from you, Jules, or you
No, just that if Chest of Gold was to win, you'd add that as a quick gear change. We behind Barrel for the first time.
I like it. Oh, seriously.
It's madness, Matty Hill. Up to you.
$5.40, and then Keeney at $7.70, preceded by Chest of Gold at $6.70. So moving up well, here is Double Pie joining them. Little Nibble, 21 into 19, Double Pie as Geordie Girl goes in. Catahoula, Deep Pleasure, who's impressive at Geelong, along with Massett and Rose to come along. Keeney in the hands of the Clark of Nicholas, but also Dramaticus, who has the tactics change next to it to be written back with cover with that wide draw today. So field of 13, the sports bet more places, benchmark 66 as Massett and Rose goes in. Michael D. There is going in Keeney, and to complete the line will be Dramaticus, the sixth event of the afternoon. Dramaticus coming up to the line. Eternal is the elect. Let's go. Right there. Set to go. And away they go. And the favourites miss the kick by a couple of legs there. Eternal. Geordie Girl jumped well with Deep Pleasure. And on the outside, Chest of Gold. Double Pie is going to settle behind them with Stay Silent, Comic Hero. Further back in the field then is Massett and Rose, passed by Keeney, and then Catahoula, Masterful, Eternal. Two further back, Lethal Thoughts, and last is Dramaticus from that wide gate. On the back section, 950 metres to go, and the leader is Deep Pleasure by 3/4 Chest of Gold. Geordie Girl got the box seat run third from Stay Silent. A length and a quarter to Double Pie, followed then by Keeney, who's off the track, and Massett and Rose between horses. A length and a quarter, Catahoula on a limb, and further back on the inside, Comic Hero. Eternal's about 7 or 8 off the lead. Two further back is Lethal Thoughts, and then came Masterful and Dramaticus. Deep Pleasure, the front runner, comes around the corner. 500 metres to go. It's Deep Pleasure held together from Chest of Gold, and then Geordie Girl and Stay Silent, who hooks towards the middle of the course. Double Pie next, followed by Keeney. Then Comic Hero, Catahoula. Now Eternal's going to have to come one of the widest. It's still a long way back. Deep Pleasure, hands and heels, 250 metres to go by a length. Chest of Gold, who's full bore, chasing down Deep Pleasure. Here's Catahoula on the outside, followed by Eternal. Chest of Gold has gone to the front with 50 metres to go, and Chest of Gold,
18-3.
Through the line, and Rose Lethal Thoughts, and towards the back, Comic Hero, Keeney well back, and Geordie Girl. Chest of Gold, Bo Mertens at $5.50 and $2 for trainer Julius Sandu, and he hasn't run a bad one this one. Chest of Gold, he's had 5 starts for 2 wins and 2 minor placings, and his unplaced run was a 4th in the Future Stars behind No Strings Attached. A nice gelding by Rich Enough out of Golden Future. Chest of Gold, number 18 is the winner, and Julius Sandu has a nice gelding on his hands. Number 18 the winner from Deep Pleasure. Second, number 3, Mark Zara from Nick Price and Michael Kent Jr. had to do it all herself today with the 61.5 kilos. Monsters off well. And Catahoula, number 14 in third. Jamie Mott for Team Hawks. 18, 3 and 14 in the running of race number 6. 18, 3 and 14. Chest of Gold, number 18, successful, and has put them away nicely, owned by Julius himself, along with Edgar Paul and L. Anderson. From in second place, Deep Pleasure, who's well worth following as well. She's a talent. Placed in the Twilight Glow back in November of last year. And the 14 Catahoula, who runs another placing here after running at Durban last time out. 18, 3 and 14. Fourth, number 12, Stay Silent. Fifth, number 10, Double Pie. And sixth, number 13, Eternal. Eternal missed the start, trying to anticipate the start. Just as it was about to jump, the gates didn't open, and then in the next half a bound, the gates did open. So Eternal was always on the back foot, missed the kick by a couple of lengths, and has been luckless not to fill a hole there. Eternal drawn towards the inside. Let's see if we can just have a quick look. Eternal there was ready to go, and has missed it by half a beat, slipped it in the air, and probably missed the start. Will actually look like about a length and 3/4, but probably a good couple of lengths. was bound at the wrong time, completely the wrong time, missed it by half a feet. I looked at a quarter, a short neck one, 23.61, 18, 3, 14 and 12 as we head down to Amy.
Thanks, Matt. Julia's just getting some nice congratulations there. And what?
I don't know what happened in there. The 13 had a bad start, that's all. And 357 from 14, 16, 17. 15, 2, 13, and 10. So ideally it should win. Ideally it should win. This is the linear, which is here, which is there. It'll V, but it's from gate number 13 on a benchmark 70. 18 from gate number 10. The 14 got from gate number 13. 12 we thought that was the highest, but the 14 got through. 50. 53. Okay. So highest advantage is that may not. So the problem is this, that whenever the drift is here, they fail from there. I don't know. There's some reason. I don't know why they fail from there. But that's how it is. These two are the best. Okay. Even if we look at the advantage, it has the advantage here also. This thing went with the advantage, not with the pressure. All right, 14 came in third. 18 and 3, that generally doesn't happen, but today it happened because the 13 lost the momentum and it just was not there. Did not get the right kick. Here, that is the last price. Okay, that is the last price. Huge. But I don't know. Today this track is playing a little different. I don't know why it is behaving like that. Sheen shouldn't have lost. He lost that race. Then a couple of other races that went a little haywire. This one, to be very precise, this one. How did that happen is something that I don't know, but it happened. It happened. In this case, the 3 should have won, but no, that did not happen. The 18 won. So these races are volatile in their own ways. They are. That's the best hand. They are not in the business of losing. So that's that. That's the best. Has the SP. Now, Sheen is riding it again from gate number 7. This is the linear, it is far. So there is a possibility of something else getting in. With an advantage. Chances are 10 since it has the rails, but it generally fails from there. It generally fails from there. The other one which is here is this one with the inner gate. This one is gate number 18. I don't know if that will work. Here, this 18 is gate number 6. That is tailing. But that's a steep job. They kind of are one of the highest defaulters. They I don't know. The horse is also now that they're making it. They make. I mean, it's playing difficult here today. It's playing very difficult. May not be the right word, but it is playing very unusual. 9-7 should not be a problem for this horse. Should not be a problem. Let's see what happens.
On 50 for now, Lucas. So there's been a little bit of a switcheroo at the top of the market. Stay humble, 8. Don't see the opens emphasise 9, 50, 11, 4. Well, let's have a look at the mountain yard, which is coming up very, very short for us.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Carbone Lawyers. When things go wrong, get Carbone on the phone.
Barnbara's had a win in a couple of placements. This is preparation. Haji, and he comes back and trip to 1500 metres. The shortest trip gets seen in this preparation. Yeah, he's been a bit unlucky actually on a couple of occasions. And then, of course, pulled up rain, with the throat condition last time out. So there wasn't a definite excuse for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he bounced back. I thought the market would be interesting, but it doesn't look like it comes support.
How he has done all preparation this horse, so I don't feel like he's taken any fitness benefit. He is the same shape and model as what I've seen all prep.
Turns out Juka for Anthony and Sam Freeman as well. Stablemate, of course, second in the Juka, first up over 14. That was a nice enough run when resuming, and he's generally a pretty consistent sort of horse. So look, you'd imagine he'll improve second up in trip as well, and he's a horse that you have to keep. So
he's quite a burly type of horse, this, so I would imagine that he has probably improved with the run. He's moving really nicely, great attitude.
Three's out for a Zandaki from Matt Laurie, who's already had a good day. Haven't told him even better from that to find out with car runs. He's had a pretty good day. He deserves all the success he's getting. I thought Sam to get his front at Lakeside sound, but
he looks really well again. I say it every time I see him. He's such a good-looking individual. He always presents in nice work.
5 out 6 Zach Taylor on the side of the wild. Daniel Stackhouse in the saddle. This guy's resuming his best performance this last preparation anyway. Probably came over a little bit further around the 2,000 mark. Yeah, just to spin around for it. I think so. It looks like a prep run. He'll take it and improve with it, and we'll be keeping an eye on him for other races.
Definitely one you'd put in your black book, because I feel like he's come back in really good order. His coat's good. He's pretty forward in condition, so it looks like he's got that really nice base of fitness there. So he may run a cheeky race, but we know that he's better over further.
Always Happy's out, which is a shame because she's always happy. Emphasised for Trent Marston and Natalie Young is a really interesting runner. Second up to 1,500 metres. She burst onto the scene last preparation. Now, what I've thrown him in today, I know it was a bit of a fun. Slowly run racing silent shares one. It wouldn't set up right for him, and it didn't set up right in the Autumn Classic so much, or the Alistair Clark last campaign, and he was sort of headed in the right direction. So, just want to see something today. I think there'd be a race or two in the not too distant future.
I noted with him first up, I felt like his coat had a fair bit of improvement, a fair bit of brightening up to do. I do feel like it's improved slightly, but it's just not there yet. He's at peak fitness, though. He's a horse that never really carries much excess.
Don Stefano is an interesting horse. Previously in the care of Dean Murphy up in New South Wales, now Emily and David Brown.
Yeah, could improve, but I think we'll need to be winning here. Just look at the last little patchy, probably get better over a little bit further as well.
Seems a quirky kind of a character. This, you've got Dave on strapping duties himself, seems to be quite a strong horse. He's in good condition. I think that he's just got a little bit of natural improvement to come. He's a watch for me today.
Stay humble, Hutchie.
Yep, so it's a bit of advice, isn't it? Horse that ran well behind silent shares. We talked about that. I think the pace of the race, the way it panned out, suited him, but he's racing pretty well. It wasn't a better effort, so on the back of that, he might figure.
Of course, he has got himself a bit warm today. I'm going to take that as a good thing. I think that he's pretty fresh and feeling pretty well within himself. He's most definitely hit his peak in regards to his fitness today.
Stablemate Texas T is an interesting runner. Also works the Men of Racing Silks. We haven't seen this galloper in the races since New Year's Day 2020.
Yeah, long time between tricks. They showed a good bit of potential, so I can understand why they've been patient, but this looks like a prep run as well for a galloper. So it's good to see back, but we'll probably be getting over a little bit more ground than probably third or fourth run in that trip. That's the time for it.
Coming back from a left forward tendon injury is never easy, and these horses are just going to take that little bit of time to get back up to match fitness. I think that he's got a good base there. It'd be an excellent training performance if they could get him to win today, but I'd prefer to see him.
He, the Omens, is a second up winner in previous preparation.
That it is, and we'll strip for the second up. And I love the run behind Ken enough, but the time-wise it was sound. So also has 1 second up, some positives there, and generally he's very consistent, so give himself an opportunity, that's for sure.
I think he looks well. I think he's definitely trending in the right direction. To see him run well today would not surprise me at all. He's in good physical shape.
All right, here's one of your better bets on the program. Hutchie Dave Prasad there for Kieran Barr, and Allocation gets in the saddle this afternoon.
Yeah, I just thought the last win contained some merit, albeit not a big margin up in trip. Perhaps to get a nice run. I did think there was a lot of depth to the field, and I think he'll get the right run in the race, so I'm more than happy to be with him.
She looks really good, this horse. I think that, if anything, she's come on with that run. Don't worry. I'm just saying a bit naughty.
Sheen is tired.
Dane Hood, she looks really good. She has definitely come on with the run. I think that I'm not worried about her carrying on a little bit here. That's very typical for her. She's actually on better behaviour today than what she was last start. So I think that she's improved with that run under her belt.
16 and 17 are both out. 18 is Tessa for Greg Urell. Geordie Childs in the saddle. He's got a good affinity with this galloper, but it's been a long time since he was in this.
It has, but he's been really consistent. But yeah, we're getting up to nearly 1,000.
Well, that's a big no-no.
It is. I'm not a player.
Thousands.
If they get over that 500, anyway, I want to find out how he looks.
Oh, he looks very good. That's the most frustrating part. He looks good every start, this horse. I think Greg and the owners, they most definitely deserve a win because they're doing their job very well, but he needs to lift the ball and get it done for them.
Looks pretty good too, Hutchie. Let's make it look even better with one of your better bets on the program. Here's in the horse, Dame Wood. We're pretty keen.
Yeah, I am. I thought she looked a very good chance. I think it's a fair price. Hopefully she gets the right run in the race. I think Farm's a bit of value. Altuki can run well, emphasised, but no, I think she's just got that aggressive nature there. And I think up and trip will see if prove again. So hopefully that's the case.
Dane Hood stood out to me here. I thought she looked fantastic. Don't worry about her getting a little bit up and about at the mounting out. That's her. She's a spicy little chestnut mare, and she's going to do that every single start. I do think that her coat's probably just shifted a bit more, and it's improved with that run. So,
Lee, there's nothing not to like about the 15, but the 15 is getting tailed. Others are possibilities. 2 is the linear, okay? But it is from that gate. It's a 1500 meter. You need BBs, but the BBs are kind of in a tricky state. Two, 57. Pressure. 80. This, if for any reason, reason number 1 is it is getting tailed. Reason number 2 is Sheen is tired and he's been making decisions that are not worthy, not race worthy. Other than that, this is good. There's no problem with this. But I doubt 100% this track is playing today a little weird. Not a great show, Lee. Not a great show.
We should land in that 1-1 spot. Have the one to us.
Golden Girl here is Dame Hood with 3 runners. How's she been between runs? To me, she looked like she probably come on a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. She's cleaned up the code. Good looking with Blake and the rise.
Now the 2 is favorite.
Too, so if she improves anything to what she ran last
Now
night,
the 2 is favorite. 2 is the linear from gate number 13. I don't know.
we have cinematic start just with the track upgrade. There are 2 options next week. There's the 1366 and the 7814. So hopefully we'll drop the rain. She can take her place next Wednesday.
Good luck to you, Jack.
Thank you.
Yep, so take no punters. Race 8, number 13, Cinematic Star.
Gate number 13.
Cartwright, a late scratching because of the track upgrade. $3.70 now for Game Put here, Hutch. So a little bit of a nice encouraging to go late.
Yeah, I mean, it was, Alduga was always a bit shorter than it was a move through the day. Up down there, converting to those original positions. But yeah, I thought it dropped away a bit. A couple of interesting runners. I think Farmer bounced back from a threat issue last day, and the size looks quite exciting. I was prepared for that.
Now look at that. All of them are under blanket and all that. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand. Horses are getting tailed.
Might be more step up to the market more so. I'm sure at one stage there was probably some Derby aspirations for sure. Look at that. So yeah, obviously didn't quite go player, but we can have those.
2 will come in. It's the linear. And 15 is getting tailed. Sheen is tired. 10 has the rails. So 10 is also probably in. PC is on 15.
Process underway. Let's head to Matty Hill for his call of race number 7 from Hillside.
Terrific, Timmy, and repeating that late scratching in race number 8. Cinematic Star number 13 coming out due to the track upgrade, leaving us with a field of 11 in the last. As Lamborghini pops up to the line here.
There's no reason for 15 to lose other than the fact that if Sheen does that thing again.
This field makes a good line of it over the 1,500 metres. What has been a very entertaining day so far. I think we've seen with the first winner on the program, Engine more into Vivid Sun in race 3 and also Sunsetting in race number 5, horses that we can confidently leave Sandown and suggest that they'll be winning better races than what they're engaged in today. Now, Tessa, Uptown and Dave with the final 3 to load as Tessa goes in into single figures from $10, $10 to $8.50. So Tessa is in, Uptown and also Dave with the final 2. Body numbers you need so far are 10 Sunsetting. So the previous winner, the chest of gold and lady. Tail goes up and the bill locked away. 1,500 for her race 7. Set to go and racing immediately, and Tessa broke well. And it's going to be the initial leader from underneath the bit. Stay Humble, our Nuka from deeper, and then Dave was getting a step right behind the leaders. Zambagini fifth on the inside, and they get away about 3 lengths Texas T and also Barbara from Pete Ovens besides Actaeon. And Don Stefano is at the end of the field. El Duca's going to press on out wide. As they hit the 1,100 metres, it's El Duca leading from Stay Humble, who gets the bomb seat, and Tessa third one on. They're 2 lengths to Dave with Zambagini, 1.5 length for Texas T, 2 1/4 Heat the Omens emphasise. Don Stefano outside of Actaeon at the end of the field. So El Duca runs off the back section, 850 metres to go. Worked a little, length by a length. Tessa third, Stay Humble, a length. Dave was getting a gun run. It's Zambagini, a length Barbara, Texas T, that emphasise, a length Heat the Omens, Don Stefano and Actaeon at the end of the field. El Duca got a bit of a breather coming around the turn at the 600 metres from Tessa, who goes up to eyeball it again. Dave with every chance now, feels 3 wide. There's a run up on the inside for Stay Humble, if good enough. Then Zambagini emphasised more towards the middle of the course, and then came Barbara and Texas T. It's El Duca and Stay Humble splitting up at the 250. Dave Hood still a length off those from Tessa, and Heed the Omens from a long way back. It's El Duca and Stay Humble. 150 metres to go. El Duca just in front of Stay Humble and Heed the Omens. El Duca is going to be punched down and gets up. El Duca's followed from Stay Humble, Heed the Omens. Dave Hood, it's Zambagini. Next to finish, Barbara and Emphasise, and then Texas T, Don Stefano, Tessa, and last Actaeon. Mark Zara and El Duca winning race number 7 on the program, just out sprinting Stay Humble at the finish, who gave great resistance under Logan Bates. But El Duca second up, hit the ears back, and it's a nice time. Wins it by about a half length from the line, probably about a long neck actually, from Stay Humble and Heed the Omens, with Danewood in fourth money. Beat about a length of 3/4. We put the riders on the wall to put in the bar starter.
Something not right. Something not right. This usually is not the case. Not at Sandown.
The back section, if anything, is across the track now, has eased fractionally, which has helped the cause.
Something is not right.
And, has been too good for Stay Humble, who gave plenty of resistance over on the inside. Heat the Omens up for third, Daniel Long.
So it's within the odds, but slightly changed the two.
Fourth money. 2, 10, 13 and 15. 2, 10, 13 and 15. Fifth goes to the before Zambagini. They've got 1:31.4 for 1,500 metres on this.
Sheen is acting weird.
1:4, a short neck by a half length.
Sheen is acting weird.
10, 13 and 15. 2, 10, 13 and 15. So the favourite, well supported over the end, 360 to $3.10 on VOP does the business. And Mark Zara with another winner on the program, scoring with sun setting earlier. Here's Billy Lotter from the stable with Amy.
Congratulations, Billy. That was a big tough win by El Duca, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I was just saying to Barb, his owner there, that he really toughed that one out. So good to see. Really nice ride from Mark Zara too. He took bad luck out of the equation. Sometimes when you draw a wide barrier like that, you're going to need the horse to begin well.
Two, 5, 9, 11, 12, 16, 18, 17, 8, 14, and 1. That'll not happen. This is 47, this is 42, almost 95%, turns to 161. That'll not work. So here is the thing, the 17 is 47 with 142. Let's see, 17. 3 weeks, Sandown Lakeside at a 42%. That'll not work. Plus, it doesn't have a jock. That's a huge leverage. That's a huge pressure. That'll not work. I don't know. Today it is weird here. This is 161, 47, which turns it to 90. Are they in a good hand? They are in a very good hand. Do they have a jock? No. Do they have a vacation? No. They are racing back to back 3 weeks ago at Sandown Lakeside. So that's that. This is the second linear, which is up here. Ideally, if this is not there, then this is the next one. That's that, which is at 9%, 10% from gate number 3, which is like that. And the 6 is in between. I don't know this. I really, if this fails, which I don't see. The problem with this horse is this, that it has been racing continuously. The leverage has been going up and up and up. Now it has reached 261. The actual cap is at 47. So if we do a 40% of this, then this is not the figure. That is not the pressure. It's a either this horse is something which is like a god, a horse god, or this is going to fail miserably. Either this is a horse god or this is going to fail miserably. And then it is not making sense here because I like the one, it has the rails, it's the second linear, okay? But they kind of bleeding at 47%. I don't know what to do, what to talk about them. The 8 is good, but if it plays pressure, then that's that. And this thing is probably there in between. That's a 56. This is a 56. How will that work? Why is this is has advantage? Don't know. So these are group races. It has been to the league races and the group 1 races. It actually got one group 1 race, league race actually. So that it got. So, and that's with the highest advantage. Okay. If we compare this one with this one, then this is on pressure. That will not make sense. It's a 1300 meter. Pressure is going to play, but this is way too much to expect from that horse. Does it have the physics? Yes, it does. I don't know. I don't know. even if I mean, it's a linear. There's no reason not to believe a linear, but then this track is playing a little weird, very weird, in fact. This was a 1500 meter. This thing, the 15 with Sheen, though it was in a better spot, but that just did not happen. The 13 from this place, it just went in from gate number 13. Okay, that was the linear. There's no leverage as such. Benchmark 70. This is a benchmark 70. This was a 1500. This is a 1300. Ideally, it'll play pressure, but this pressure, I don't know whether it'll work, because if it fails, then the next in line is this, and they're like that. So if this fails and that fails, then what happens? If this fails because of the pressure and that fails because of their management, in that case, what happens? Don't know. It was a little weird today here at Sandown. It generally doesn't play like this. Sandown, after a long time, today, Sandown generally is good. But today, I don't know what went wrong here. Zahara played very weird on that horse. He was constantly changing the lanes. Why? For what joy? Zahara played very weird. Sheen played very weird. It's a trap everywhere. This one is a trap. This is a trap. I don't know how to still work. I have no clue.
Bit consistent racing really well, and I think a marginal dropping grade will help here, and for a horse that can settle right on speed.
That he's at peak fitness. He has got the winkers going on for the first time today, which will help him.
3 impending link for Greg Durrell and Daniel Moore.
Yeah, he's racing well. I don't know about the format of the Dragoon race. They backed Dragoon at the subsequent run didn't do much, and the format hasn't worked out well. But he's pretty consistent. He just needs to play with the game.
He's an absolutely gorgeous horse, a real gentleman. He's in very good order all round.
Cause prevailed, so Mark and Levi Cameron. Jamie Mott from an inside to
Be a leader, consistent, racing pretty well, but well exposed in addition to all of that. So certainly one to consider for these times.
I wouldn't surprise if this horse got up today. I think he's been trending in the right direction. His coat's getting better and better with every start.
Comanche missed one that clearly lit up stakes, second up last preparation over a mile. Her best would have to be good enough to go close here.
It's an interesting player because she's clearly got a lot of upside. 1300 is probably query, but you know, if she settles in a half decent position, she might threaten a few of these.
She's going to be peaking right at the right time, this girl. I think it's a really good return. She looks to have a great base fitness, and her coat's going to be right in another few weeks' time.
Flying Fizz, the Maddie Williams, resuming this afternoon. Haven't seen this girl since she contested the Tristan.
No, this would be competitive, but it's been a little while between runs, and I'm happy to watch her at the time there.
I think she's pretty forward in regards to her condition. It looks like the team have got a fair amount of work into her. Her coat was pretty good too.
From the block, fair to say he'll be trying going forward.
Yeah, 3 wins in a row, and then they went to Caulfield, and he got beaten in a very high rating race won by Epic Proportions, so I don't mind that for him.
He's one that I can definitely give a good push towards. He's such a big, strong horse. There's plenty of him. What I liked about him today, he just had so much purpose about the way that he's parading.
9 out, 10 is Thunder Point for Simon Wild, who's resuming. Haven't seen this galloper since he contested the Colac Cup.
301 best watch today, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. He's a cool horse, so very relaxed return. Would prefer to see him over a little bit further later on in the campaign.
14 is Eagle Express. Take note, Cinematic Star 13 is late scratching. Chris Waller and Damien Lane combining with Eagle Express.
Yeah, racing well. Just needs a bit of luck from the gate, but I like the run behind Bossy Benita. The pace suited, but she's been so consistent.
Yeah, very good parade by her today. I think she's moving particularly well. She's got a lovely smooth action. Her coat's very healthy. She couldn't be going much better than what she is.
15's out. 16 is Artistic Genius for Paul Kermis and Brad Rawiller.
Yeah, it wasn't a hopeless effort behind Just a Deal last start, but peaked and presented for the win and then probably peaked. So maybe coming back 100 metres will be scores.
Hopefully, just with the blinkers going on, it could see an improved performance for the small team too. I think the horse is going quite well. It looks good.
17 is Silver Magnate, Archie. Your best bet on the program is the last horse we look at in the last race.
Yeah, well, he's 2 for 2. I think he can make it 3 for 2. They've been patient with him. He delivered nicely fresh up, and he should improve off the back of that.
He looks really good again today. I think it's a really nice parade from a very progressive young horse. It's very similar to how I saw him when he won here recently. If anything, he's a little bit more relaxed.
Very dicey, Lee. Very dicey. The 17 is touching the roof on pressure. I don't know.
Money's what you want to take, but look, the market's all over him, and it'll be tough to beat just for show from the block.
I actually am not going to suggest anyone to get in. The one is good, but look at their management. The other one, which is possible, is this one, 14. But they're coming from gate number 11 from benchmark 70. That is good. 8 is next. And 6 probably is there in between somewhere. 6 is probably there in between somewhere.
She's just going really well, this girl. I think that she should be right amongst the mix too.
Have a final check of the points bet market $1.60.
It's very dicey. Look at that 17. It's either a god. It's either a god horse or a horse god or whatever you call it, or it is a hope.
Biz and Prevailed are $23 and $26 respectively. Foxcatcher, that's where you get your strong takes, cutting edge form, betting insights with Jules, Nick and Hutchie. The preview show on a Thursday, the review show on a Monday, unmissable and very informative. Follow Foxcatcher.
And on top of that, Lee,
not too far away
these grades are very volatile. On top of that, the jockeys are doing whatever they want to do.
hopefully those are the bats.
They're doing whatever they want to do.
Just the show's pretty consistent. But it's been a decent day. I think there's been a bit of take out of the day. Yeah. Particularly, I know Jules was pretty keen on that first race in terms of more, the former out of that race. I think for May might stack up pretty well. A couple of nice runs there. And
favorites are coming out late. They're missing the gate.
Yeah. If we're thinking
jockeys are playing weird. Things are volatile, Lee. Things are very volatile.
Definitely. It's a nice prospect.
And I don't know what is the reason. Why is it happening here today like this?
Won well on debut. Had obviously a setback and had to wait a long time to see him. He doesn't mind being patient. He doesn't mind giving them the time they require to get over what issues may have appeared. And just good to see him back. Touch wood, having stays down again.
Yeah, absolutely. So
yeah, probably. Why not?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And he had a couple of really good trials yesterday, which looks to be going absolutely super. She's a hustler, trialled really well too. So
either that 17 is like Bucephalus.
No. All right, let's head to Matty Hill for the last time on this race program.
Or it's...
So to wrap up what's been a strong day of racing here at Sandown, fascinating run of Silver Magnate into 55 now, which seems poisonous. The slightly raced galloper, plenty of talent, but this is another step forward, $1.55, very short, as Eagle Express goes in Impending Link and Artistic Genius, the final two. Racing heads to Bowie tomorrow, Mornington on Friday, Cracking Day at the Valley on Saturday. Artistic Genius going in, Impending Link is going to complete the line.
26.
The sports bet race replays over 1,300.
6 is probably somewhere in between. Or I don't know.
Now it looks as though they're just about right, 1,300. Set to go. Favourite drawn the middle. Plenty all clear given and racing in the last. Silver Magnate in the ruck early from the block listed. And towards the inside, beginning well in the early stages, prevailed. Is going to lead with Flying Fizz on the outside and also showing speed in between them Just for Show. Just for Show took it up from Flying Fizz, prevailed Impending Link, and from the block is wedged between horses in fifth place in Limited Room. Artistic Genius around it from Thunder Point. Then came Comanche, Miss Silver Magnate back to second last, and Eagle Express is at the end. Just for Show, 800 metres to go, 3/4 of a length Impending Link, and they're 2 lengths Flying Fizz outside of Prevail. Artistic Genius on a wide run, a length and a half from the block, Comanche Miss with cover. Further back on the inside, Thunder Point, Eagle Express, and the odds-on Jolly Silver Magnate's last. Just for Show around the corner, 500 metres to go. A length in front of Impending Link and Artistic Genius, the outside joins issue. Behind those Flying Fizz, followed by Prevailed from the block. Silver Magnate second last and trying to get a clear look at them. It's Artistic Genius at the 200 metres, just in front of Just for Show, who's kicking back. Eagle Express is now out and moves up boldly. Eagle Express takes the lead. Late Silver Magnate, but Eagle Express is going to be too good. Eagle Express, thanks to the favourite being so short, Eagle Express at $14.20.
So that horse is not bad. Okay, that horse is not bad. It was again a mulish decision on the jock. It was a very mulish decision on that.
Third victory
made by that jock.
14, Eagle Express.
That did not happen. And what happened is 14, 17, 3. 3 is where? 3 is this one. The largest drift. It was supposed to go wrong from every angle. It was supposed to go wrong from every angle. Anyway, that happened. 14 won. That 16 came in 4th. This was the EW here. That did not work. This went here. Everything is a little. I don't know how this thing has played today. I don't know how this thing has played today. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had those 8 races today here at Sandown, but we are going to be racing on Saturday. Saturday, we are going to be racing at Moonee Valley. We've got a few Group 1 races coming up. So we'll race there till the time we get our usual feeds back for New South Wales, Queensland. Moonee Valley is coming up with some good races on Saturday. So we'll do that and we will see how things have gone. I mean, the point is this: the moment it is like, below benchmark 78, things are dicey. Things are very dicey. They will bring in these horses from all over, and things can go wrong in multiple levels. Things can go wrong, but that's horse racing. That is something that we have to live with. It is just that we need to narrow down and make sure that we are able to make the right decisions. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. I'll see you on Saturday. And Dawes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for tuning in and being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there. Bishwa, thank you so much for being there and tuning in and supporting this channel. Thank you so much for doing that. Kavita Raj, thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much for